sometimes you see,
They have
people,
all the
looks,
okay.
get the leather.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
Looks,
it's
you know, part, it's a good looking tan, and then there's,
Well,
you look like the backside of a horse.
But, no, you can't. Watch, I'll show you.
Who's on personnel?
Wendy, good leader, and,
I thought it was
Oh,
five,
really?
so it's getting-
Working.
it was
Yeah, Rich was, former Councilor Russell dropped it off for us.
Did you watch any news today? No, it was a cute article. It was TSA was retired. They took his tag off that said don't pack. He brought him around and he was packing. But that was great. See, all this-
So you can, actually, and I know this because.
I saw it on-
We had a consultant that became director of my department, and then she was fired. So yeah. I think, well, we have the city attorney here, we can ask the city attorney. But I see now.
Go back and I'll see who's coming here. Call Mike and Alan, see who's coming here.
How can they? Where's that belong to?
Good evening and welcome to the Personnel Committee meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 27th. It's currently 6:15 p.m. Voting members in the City Council chamber, we have Councilor at Large Anna Levy, Councilor of District B Wendy Luzon, Councilor of District and Vice Chair of the committee, and Councilor of District A Fidelino Santiago. Pursuant to the Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Personnel Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here at the City Council chamber or use our Facebook or YouTube pages to listen. At this point, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, we do not have any minutes to approve at this time, so we're going straight into new business. We have one agenda item 220-24, the confirmation of appointment of Carlos Matos as Director of Planning and Development, and this is sponsored by Octavian Spanner, Special Advisor to Mayor Brian DePena. Advisor Spanner? Yeah.
Councilors, good evening. Yes, I mean, I think this came before you already, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the first, well,
This is the first time?
this is the first time we're discussing it, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, the mayor has requested the city council to send Mr. Carlos Manto's name before you for approval, for confirmation, and to, as Director of the Office of Planning and Development. Mr. Carlos is, as some of you have already met him before, but for those that do not have all his credentials, I think it was brought, it's before you. He's a very seasoned professional that has worked both in the public as well as private sector. I would like to also mention that I think almost 2 decades ago he served as a city councilor as well for the city of Lawrence. He has vast experience in planning and development and economic development, both on a local level, state level, as well as working with very renowned banks, financial institutions. We would like to request, this evening, I would like to request on behalf of the mayor for your approval and to submit his name before the entire city council for approval.
And it is my understanding that you have someone that would like to speak on this item
Yes.
as well?
Correct.
You can-
You would like to do that now? Okay, wonderful. Ramon? Yeah, this is Mr. Ramon Quesada. As you know, he serves on the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority, but he's also a businessman in the city and has been serving the community in different charitable organizations as well.
Good evening, city councilors. My name is Ramon Quesada. I reside at 100 Sanders, and I've been in the community for over 38 years. I'm here in support of Carlos Matos' nomination. I believe that we have to embrace our best and brightest in order for our city to move forward. So I'm here in his support. He has the credentials, he has the background, he has the experience, and I'm hoping that you guys vote to move him to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Matos, is there anything you would like to say before I pass this on to the councilors?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I look forward to the opportunity to continue serving the city of Lawrence. I have served the city of Lawrence in the past, both as a community member, activist, and nonprofits, as well as was mentioned prior, as a city councilor, and also working for the state rep, the first state rep that was elected here from the city of Lawrence at the time for the 16th Essex District. So I have a very long history. As was mentioned, some of you, I've worked alongside of you on certain interesting projects in the past, and I look forward to be able to continue to do that and apply my expertise in this particular area to further and better the city of Lawrence for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Luzon? I'm assuming, because I saw you reaching for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we ask a question? Is the attorney here? Can we ask a question?
Attorney Horn, can you come up to the podium, please? Go ahead, Councilor.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
Through you, Madam Chair. So is the, I'm getting a lot of questions, so my constituents are very vocal with this appointment. So one of the questions that we have is can Mr. Matos, if he gets hired, well, if he gets approved by the council, can he continue to be a consultant?
No.
Okay.
So follow-up question. I guess for you, Mr. Matos, do you have plans to transition from your consultant? Because I see on your resume that is still, you're still involved with that position. Is
So-
there a transition plan for you?
So just to be clear, I am not consulting for the city. So I own a consulting company, which I'm still the owner of that company, and that's what you see there, but I'm not consulting for the city. I'm in an acting capacity as an employee for the city currently, not consulting.
Councilor Santiago.
Through you, Miss Chair. And in your resume, I see the qualification. According with your job description, require a master, require to have a master in the application. A candidate position required to have a master degree in urban and regional planning, referred.
Your mic is not working.
According for this position, is required to have a master degree. Do you finish your?
No, I do not have a master's degree, but if you finish reading the sentence, it says or
Or-
equivalent experience.
Yep. Yep, it says here, section C of the ordinance. The minimum qualifications for this position of Director of the Office of Planning and Development shall be a master's degree in urban and regional planning preferred, minimum of 5 years' experience as a municipal planner with 1 to 2, 3 of supervisory experience, or any equivalent combination of education and experience, a valid Massachusetts driver's license, and AICP certification preferred.
Correct.
Does that answer your question, Counselor? Any other questions? Counselor Luzon.
Another question.
Oh, you weren't, I'm sorry, Counselor Luzon. Counselor Santiago.
It's for you, Mr. Mato.
Sure.
Can you out to me, can you point out to me in your resume to work experience?
Sure. I mean, my resume is exactly my work experience. I have over 20 years of experience, both in the public and private sector, as well as 10 years workforce development, education, and economic development, as is outlined in my resume.
What about the municipal planner?
So, I've been the chair of the Housing Committee of the City Council. I've worked alongside the SEDS Committee, which is Comprehensive Economic Development Committee, which does planning. I've been the director of Northern Essex Community College, both the Third Tier Cities Project, which is a planning project for the City of Holyoke, City of Lawrence, as well as working with the Northeastern Center for Urban and Regional Planning. I have education that I have from University of Lowell with regards to regional, economic, and social development, which also relates to planning.
Which one is municipal?
SEDS is a part of the Merrimack Valley Comprehensive Economic Development Committee, which does planning here in Lawrence and in the region of Merrimack Valley.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor Luzon.
Through you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned, Mr. Matos mentioned that the company, I'm assuming he owns, has business with the city.
No, it does
It
not
has a
have,
contract.
no,
Okay, explain, please.
it has no
Madam-
contract. It had a contract with the city, no longer has a
So
contract with the city.
expired.
Correct.
So now you're not getting paid, Mr. Matos?
That is correct.
Wow, volunteer work. How nice of you.
Not from the company, no. I'm in
But as
an acting position,
director, you are
correct.
getting paid.
He's going to get reimbursed by then, Chair? Reimbursed? If it gets approved?
The company
Question
gets
for the
absolutely
attorney.
nothing.
So just to clarify, what I'm hearing is, as soon as you were offered the acting position, your contract, your consultant work contract with the city expired.
Correct,
And is there a signature confirming that?
correct, yes.
So can you
I
provide
could
that?
ask the city attorney who's here.
Is that something that will be able to be provided to this committee?
Yes, I don't have it on me, I wasn't prepared, but sure.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Luzon?
Yes, I have,
I have another question.
this is for Mr. Matos. I know he mentioned in the resume, he mentioned Chelsea Federation. Give me 1 second. Okay, oh, yes. In your resume, you mentioned Chelsea Business Foundation.
Correct.
You still, it says that you're still there. So is that,
No, that's probably a typo on my part. I apologize for that. I am here at the City of Lawrence as the acting director of planning and development, period. I'm not doing anything else.
And of course, City Attorney Hooten, and all of this was verified, correct? And if the city were to call Chelsea Business Foundation, we can, wait, isn't that your consult, no, that's not your consult, okay, yeah. So we were to call this foundation. We can verify that this just wasn't updated. We were provided a non-updated.
So I didn't do the
Okay.
personal check myself, but I was.
Advisor Spanner?
Yes, I would
It's
like to...
impugning my
Do you,
character a
Madam
little
Chair?
bit.
Yeah, I would like to,
That's
just
gonna
for clarification, I myself has been a Director of Planning and Community Development and Economic Development, and I also serve as a Assistant City Administrator. The mayor would have not brought this name before you if the individual is not qualified. In terms of the
Advisor Spanner,
experience.
I don't believe the question at hand is not about his qualifications. It's whether we did the due diligence to ensure that he is 100%, like his work currently is 100% with the city of Lawrence.
Yes, but there was questions in regards to his municipal experience, and that's the reason why I would like to clarify some of that, and with all due respect. But the city attorney is here that confirms it, and documentation will be provided to you.
Thank you. Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we are reviewing his resume, and that's why we're asking some of the questions. We are not concerned about his qualifications, but I will, based on the question that I just asked about the Chelsea Business Foundation, or either he resends a resume stating that he's no longer there, that it looks like, what we have now in front of us is that he's now working there.
Madam Chair, through
Am I
you.
so clear, Madam Chair?
Mr. Martin.
Madam Chair, through you. I would be lying at this moment, and unless you're saying I'm lying, I am telling you, I am not working anywhere except the City of Lawrence in the position of Acting Director of Planning and Development. My resubmitting it, if you like, is nowhere near as testament to it than my stating it to you here in the public record.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon.
So why did you left Chelsea Business Foundation, Mr. Matos?
I left the Chelsea Business Foundation because I saw other opportunities and I pursued them.
Which?
Everybody
Yeah,
does.
I see. I'm looking at the audience and I'm looking at faces. That's a natural move. I've done it. People do it all the time. So I don't fault, as an individual, I do not fault you.
I think I was there 4.5 years in the organization. I felt that I had other opportunities and I decided to pursue them like every other job.
Question, yes.
Are you all set, Councilor Luzon? Or- You still have the floor, so.
August, a year ago.
This position,
I didn't hear her.
Councilor Santiago did not recognize you. Councilor Luzon, are you all set?
Just to, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, just to, for the people that are watching and for the people that are present, that the mayor requires to do a search when he sends an appointment, or it's only one application that is sent to the city council?
Do we, Advisor Spanner?
The position was advertised. Yeah, hello? Yeah, it was good. Yeah, Mr. Mark Ionel could not be here tonight, but we did advertise the positions, and based on the candidates applicants that we received, they were no match compared to Mr. Carlos Matos.
I see here it was posted on March 20th until April 3rd. How many applicants did we receive in total?
I don't have all that information. Mr. Mark Ionello has it, but I would have him be ready for. I thought he submitted in the packet how many applicants, but if not, I mean, you can come before you.
Yeah, we can certainly get that
City council,
information.
yes.
Yep. Actually, Attorney Hooton, can you connect with the CAFO and include that information on with the contract that ended the consultant service?
Most definitely.
Thank you.
My question?
Counselor Zon, you all set? Counselor Santiago?
Yes.
Okay. This position was posted internal or external?
It was advertised externally, so to have any other applicants to apply. It was advertised publicly, like any other position. And we have copies of the advertisement as well.
Advisor Spanner, what date was Mr. Matos appointed?
I don't remember. March. I think it was in March it's March, I believe, or February, end of
So
February.
we're basically-
Not quite sure.
So we're basically at the 30-day point, correct? So 30
Yes.
days, okay. Any other questions or comments, counselors? No? Okay, Counselor Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For how long was this position open?
For a long time, for quite some time, yes. Because the reason when this administration came on board, we had, I think some of you asked during the city council, or I don't remember if it was during the committee, but the Office of Planning and Development had a director of planning, a director of community development, but no one was basically overseeing the department. So the mayor wanted to make sure that, that we would go through the process of structuring the department to make sure that it works. And then it was brought before the city council during the previous city council members. There were questions whether the position was, the changes that we wanted to do would require a charter change, or just a reorganization, or just restructuring the different, the Office of Planning and Development. So that took a little while. I know that the attorney also was busy trying to figure out a few things, and then we finally got an opinion, and we advertised the position.
So what department is going to be under his supervision?
The three, well, all employees of planning and development, but he would have he would be overseeing and directing the department, but overseeing the director of community development, the director of planning, and the director of economic development. And inspectional services as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselor Luzon.
Through you, Madam Chair, so the ordinance hasn't, not changed yet, the ordinance?
No. So
No, the ordinance hasn't changed, but that position exists.
which is ordinance number 2.68.03.
So we're gonna
We have-
approve something without an ordinance?
We have the ordinance right here.
But is that being, I'm asking for clarification, Madam Chair. Is the consultant mentioned, Spanner,
Yep.
Mr. Spanner mentioned that he's gonna be supervising, would you clarify that?
I see
I'm
what you mean,
confused.
yep, I see what you mean, yep.
Will you clarify that,
Can I
please?
get a letter? The letter that was just, give me one, can I, let me excuse.
I see the question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I believe the city council received a copy of a memorandum from Attorney Tim Hooton. And it says the following regarding the planning director. It is my opinion that the recreation of the planning director position is not a reorganization of the planning department. The position had existed prior and was not removed by ordinance. The requirement of this position has not changed. And this is dated April 11 and was submitted to all of you.
So we do not have that in our binder. And
It's a simple letter. I can hand it
just
over.
give me 1 second, I'm going to check my city email right now. Was this, Attorney Hooton, was this sent to the city clerk, to the council president, or to whom? Or to the entire city council?
I believe I just sent it to the mayor's office, it was to be distributed with the package.
Okay, so moving forward, when it comes to matters of personnel, any documentation, I should be CC'd as the chair of the personnel committee. My committee members does not have that memo. You do have it in front of you, so you just read it, but I should be CC'd to ensure that things like this do not happen.
Well, this memorandum was submitted to, I believe, Councilor Mark LaPlante, and it was submitted to the chair and councilors.
I don't have it. Mr. Matos, is there something you want to add?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify something. There's a confusion because of titles. So there's the planning director, which this is not that position. The planning director position is before you still for approval, and that's what that letter is referring to. So that's the different matter that's before the Personnel and Ordinance Committee. And so this position is always been ordinanced and was occupied by Mr. McCarthy on an acting basis for a long period of time. So the position was filled, to answer Councilor Levy's question. The position has been filled until recently in an acting capacity by Mr. McCarthy. But the other position that memo is referring to is the planning director, not the director of the Office of Planning. The director of the Office of Planning has traditionally had the 4 directors, which is in the Office of Planning and Development, which is the planning director, the economic development director, and the community development director, as well as the inspectional service side of the house, which is the ISD, the director of ISD, as per the ordinance, and that hasn't changed.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, councilors? Yes. Council President / acting.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. As a council president, I would like to add a few things within the discussion. Yes. This position was filled before by Teresa Park. Right? And back then, we have her for about over 6 years, I believe, working in charge of different departments. The only person that it was removed or not funded was the planning director. They removed funds from there when the reorganization, I believe, in 2014 happened. We have an item in front of us, in front of the City Council, talking about this position that is correlated to the position that it was, back then when the position was ordinance, it have a configuration of salaries. And when we approved the actual configuration of the salaries, or the increasement of the salaries, this position was there, and that item is in front of the City Council currently table, that it happened about two to 3 meetings ago. So just to clarify those points on that, because it's a correlation on the current situation for the appointment and the actual all the items that are related to this and the actual position that is being discussed.
Thank you, Council
But just for
President. I have 2 questions and then a closing comment. My first question is for Senior Advisor Spanner. We are aware that there's a spending freeze, so where is the salary coming from? for this position?
Is the position out of, it is funded. His position has been funded. It is currently funded.
My second.
And he's been currently functioning as the acting, so.
My second question is for you, Mr. Matos. If appointed as the Director of the Office of Planning and Development, what positive changes or initiatives do you see that we currently need? And what is your vision? Long story short, what is your vision for the office?
Thank you. Tons, actually. So, as you heard, the Office of Inspectional Services, ISD, is under the OPD Director. Currently, those offices are not really working as was intended in the reorganization, similar to, for example, the city of Somerville, which has the same structure and really integrates those types of the two services. So just to give you by way of example, currently an inspector goes to a business and they may want to tick those folks, right? So what I would like to see is a little bit more assistive situation. Currently we have, through the council, we have funding to help the small businesses. So what I'd like to see is create a different workflow in which if an inspector goes to your business and finds some sort of fault that needs to be addressed, that we then work with the Director of Economic Development, in this case Frank Cirillo, and they would go and contact those organizations that the council has seen fit to fund to go and work with them to provide them technical assistance. So instead of being fined immediately, now they have this kind of different workflow where they have the opportunity to grow and scale. The other types of things that we need, and speaking of Chelsea, one of the things that we did in terms of tons of initiatives, we helped hundreds of businesses. We worked with the state, we worked with private banks, State Street Bank, which I also used to work for as well. And what we did is we helped them through the pandemic, one of the worst times, by providing them funding, by providing them technical assistance, by providing them with the support, and more important, the value. The small businesses in the city of Lawrence and in most Latino communities and in the state are the lifeblood of the economy. And they have not received the support, in my opinion, that they are merit, nor have they received. It wasn't until the pandemic, unfortunately, where these businesses were recognized as essential. When we all know that they are the #1 providers of employment, that they provide taxes to the city, they provide goods and services regardless of the conditions as we saw throughout the pandemic. So really looking to fortify those. What are the types of things that these businesses need? They need the types of technical assistance that will help them to grow, expand, and create more jobs. They need the types of assistance that helps them to compete in the digital world. We currently are looking at a massive transformation and a fast-paced movement into that digital economy. And our businesses, quite frankly, are not quite as equipped as they should be or can be. And so those are the types of things that we'll work on. With regards to, for example, housing, right? I've been in many housing organizations, many planning organizations with regards to, be that CHAPA, be that Mass CDC, worked, for example, as the president of the board of the Arlington Community Trabajando organization. I've worked hand in hand with Lawrence Community Works in the past as well. And a variety of other organizations that are still here and some that are not here anymore. And so what we need to do is figure out a much more holistic strategy with regards to some of these things. That's also part of the reason why we need to fortify our planning. Our planning department has basically been gutted over the years and not properly staffed, which is why during the budget, I hopefully will be coming forward to you to speak to you with that and get your approval for those type of expansion, because we have a lot of things that are going on and we need to do a lot more conscious planning. As you see some of the initiatives that are happening, for example, at the governor's level with the transit-oriented development, the types of things that are pushing to resolve the housing crisis. So all those types of initiatives, we really need to bring it to the local level and how to translate that. We also need to work better with mass hire. Like, for example, I used to work with the workforce investment boards. I led healthcare partnerships. I was on the overseers board at Lawrence General Hospital. I've done a tremendous number of work at the local level regards to planning for improvement to the community, both on the workforce level, the housing level, and on the community level. And so those types of things need to be integrated into a much more holistic system. And those are the things that I would do if I am appointed to this position.
So I had a comment, I had two questions, but I just thought of another question before I conclude with my comment. How would you balance obviously, this position reports to the mayor and the mayor's office, the administration, but there are times with any administration, there are times when perhaps a mayor may have an idea that may be good, may not be so good for the community, but, when it's our own idea, we think it's great, we think, no, this is the best. How will you communicate and balance with the administration if a plan is actually, in your extensive expertise, if a plan comes before you from the administration and you're just like, wait a minute, this might not be the best? How would you communicate that to the administration and ensure that you're not only leading the department in the right way, but also the city's future?
Sure. So I know that this may be unique for me, but I think we all have a boss. And while we're hired to do a job, at the end of the day, we provide the best information that we possibly can. We argue strongly for the position that we believe is the right direction. But at the end of the day, like with your bosses, we have to follow the direction that we're given. And that's really how I take the approach. I will provide as much information, I will fight vehemently, and I'm famous for that, for the positions that I think are the best direction to go. But at the end of the day, the responsibility is the person's that is in charge. And that's really how I approach things.
Thank you. My final comment. Councilors, I reached out to Acting Director Matos when he was first announced as acting director, and I had an extensive conversation with him about my concerns, about what I think is going well in the community, and et cetera. And I was very satisfied with that conversation. What I see on paper, you proved that in that conversation. I even joked with Advisor Spanner that it was great to have a conversation with an intellectual person that's outside of the advisor. But I do appreciate the extensive background and expertise that you bring. And I know the conversation that we had was not an easy one. I did ask you very tough questions, but you answered, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank you for the job that you have done thus far.
Thank you, Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon.
Wow. I just want to point out for the record that the reference that Mr. Matos is using in his resume are basically people that work for the city. So I'm going to name them so my constituents are aware. There's no reference from any of his jobs. We have Octavian Spanner, Senior Advisor, one other reference. Jose Javier, another either city employee or consultant, a Capital Access Manager. And the third person is Mayor Brian De Peña as the third job references. Just for the record, there's no reference from any of his previous job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Advisor Spanner?
The Personnel Department usually, you can put any names if someone asks you to give a reference, and I think all of us know this. You can put a reference. If someone is going to ask you for an employment reference, what they usually do, they call the employers and try to find out. And
Through you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Zone.
Mr. Spanner, and I understand your point. We mentioned, I asked a question about his previous job in Chelsea, and Mr. Matos corrected me and said that he's no longer there. So it looks like that no one from the city made a call asking for his references. And I know that Mr. Matos is very capable, a very talented young man. I know him personally, but I'm here making a point about the process. His resume is incomplete, and the reference that he used, none of them are from his previous job. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, but I want to know, how do we get to that conclusion? I mean, respectfully, but that's the question. You're mentioning right now that this individual candidate that we're bringing before you, that they haven't done the background check on him. That's what you're stating?
According to through you, Madam Chair, according to the question I asked Mr. Matos, he corrected me when I said, are you still working for the Chelsea, what's the name of the organization?
Foundation.
Chelsea Foundation. He he corrected me by saying that he made a typo. The attorney also was here, and he kind of responded. But Mr. Matos said that he's no longer working with Chelsea, the Chelsea Federation. What's the name again?
Chelsea Business Foundation.
Chelsea Business Foundation. What I'm saying here, it looks like, unfortunately, that the city did not follow the proper process of calling, well, there was no reference actually. In his resume, he mentions 3 people from, or they're either employee of the city of Lawrence or consultant. And I'm not putting, I'm not saying in any way that Mr. Matos is not qualified for, if he gets approved by the council. I know he's capable. He's a very clever Latino man in this community. He knows the community. But what I'm saying here is that the process followed by the city is not accurate.
Is there?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Councilor. So, Mr. Matos, you were trying to get up. Is there anything that you'd like to add?
Sure, just a quick correction on that, Madam Chair. One, these are my current references as they're my current employer. And the previous job was not the Chelsea Business Foundation. The previous job was my consulting work also with the city, which is why I provided the most current, recent references of my employer.
Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Matos, you mentioned as your previous job, did you recognize me, Madam Chair?
Councilor Lizzo.
You've put it, maybe you made a mistake, but in your resume, you mentioned the Chelsea Federation
Correct.
as your last employee.
My
Yeah.
resume indicated the
This
one that I
is what I
said.
have in front of me, Mr. Matos.
I was asked about by I believe the chair, whether I was still consulting from the city. So it seemed very common knowledge to me by the members of this committee that I was prior to this acting position consulting, which was the first question of whether I was both consulting or being in the acting capacity. And
Through
then
you-
after that, yes, ma'am, Council?
I'm sorry, apologies, Mr. Matos, continue.
And so I'm just clarifying the order of my employment. I am currently the acting director of Office of Planning and Development. Prior to that, I was consulting for the city, which I responded to questions regarding that. Prior to that, I was the CEO of the Chelsea Business Foundation, just to kind of put it in context.
I do
And so the
understand.
last 2 employers are the ones that I put down as references.
Through you, Madam Chair, what we have in front of us, Mr. Matos, is your resume, and it states that your last job from 2020 to the present, it's with the Chelsea Business Foundation and as a Chief Executive Officer. And I appreciate your explanation and admitting that you made a mistake, but I'm asking questions based on the resume that I have in front of me. Thank you, Mr. Matos.
Thank you, Councilor.
Any other questions or comments? Just looking something up right here. Councilor Levy, are you? No, she's saying hi. Oh, okay. All right, so, So to summarize all this discussion, Mr. Matos, you stated you wouldn't be stating this publicly if your current situation was not that you are currently working for the Chelsea Business Foundation. Attorney Hooton is going to provide us the contract that ended the consultant work with the City of Lawrence once you were announced acting director. I mean, according to the ordinance that we have, you have extensive, compared to what is required to your resume, you have extensive experience here. So at this point, councilors, I will, if there are no other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to send it to the full council with favor recommendation.
Motion, I'm sorry, oh,
Okay. Motion to send it to the full council with favor recommendation and at the meeting, we can have all of the information requested at this labor.
motion has been made by Councilor Levy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Luzon. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. So thank you so much. We will see you at the full council meeting next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Attorney Hooton, please ensure that we get those documents necessary to continue moving forward. All right, are there any other matters? Mr. McCarthy?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. There's a item on the agenda, well, 4 down. I apologize, I just came from a site walk for the Conservation Commission, so, and the only thing I brought with me is a letter, but it is a request to have the position of Planning Director reestablished as a position with the city.
Yes, so that item was tabled because the ordinance committee did not have the written ordinance from Attorney Hooton at the time. Ordinance is meeting right after this meeting, so
So is it on both agendas?
it is on both agendas. So once it is okay with ordinance, then we're gonna go through it with personnel, and then it'll be sent up to the full council. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? At this point, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion has been made by Councilor Levy, seconded by Councilor Santiago. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
behave yourself tonight? Good. Just checking. So I know what I'm up against. Wow, I feel like where's the love? Are you ready? Good evening and welcome to the Ordinance Committee meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. Voting members are, I think we're all present. I'm the chair, Mark LaPlante. We have Vice Chair Selena Reyes. We have Councilor Gregory Del Rosario and Councilor Fidelina Santiago. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Ordinance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. Reminder that persons who would like to listen to or view this meeting while in progress may either attend in person at the location above or use any of the following access locations, which is the Lawrence City Council Facebook page and the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. With that, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve has been made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair. All in discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. All right, councilors, before the meeting started, I went to the audience just to figure out who's here for what, so we can try to get this thing, get people out of here at a reasonable hour if we can. I know that the big ticket item this evening, councilors, is probably the Lawrence School Committee. Most of the folks are, not the Lawrence School Committee, but the home rule petition. So I know there's a lot of people here for that. But having said that, what I would like to do is, there's a lot of other things that may go by a little quicker, and I'd like to get those folks out first. So in order on the agenda by which they're here, the very first one, oddly, is the, if there's no objection, I'll just go in this order, number 21424. It's the underground, install underground conduit at Medford Street near Oxford Street. Mr. Boucher, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, sir, you did.
I mean, you think with a French-Canadian name like Boucher, I should be able to say that quickly. Okay.
Yeah, Dave Boucher, Senior Designer, National Grid, 1101 Turnpike Street, for the record, North Andover. Just to explain quickly what this is a petition to place two 4-inch conduits from a pole on Medford Street to the backside of the existing market basket that's there. They're asking for more electricity. They're basically going up about 50% with their load of electricity that they're adding. In order to do that, they want to place a transformer right near the corner of Oxford and Medford Streets. Right now, the transformer is feeding from the middle of Medford Street as you go back towards, I think it's Melvin or Marvin, the other street. But nonetheless, what we're asking for is the two, as shown in the diagram that we provided, two 4-inch conduits to bring our electric service to the backside into a new transformer location for the market basket so that they can expand.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions for Mr. Boucher? Mr. Del Rosario.
Mr. Boucher, so this will be, is there an extra pole there to, on Oxford Street, you said?
No, not an extra pole. The only thing we're asking for is underground conduit from existing pole 7173. It's already there, right near 2426 Medford Street. And at that point, we'd go underground in approximately 70 feet to get into the property of 700 Essex Street. And as you can see where the transformer pad is located, that's on the private property.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, sure. Any other comments? Looking for a motion?
Motion to send to the full council with favorable recommendation for order of public hearing.
Motion's been made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair Reyes. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome.
It'll go to the full meeting?
So what
now?
will happen is at the next meeting, I think it's on, what, May the 5th, something like that? Or the first Tuesday, 7th? So May 7th is our next full city council meeting. We're going to order a public hearing, so you don't need to show up for that.
Okay,
It's the
so we'll
public
just wait
hearing.
for the full meeting.
Waiting for the public hearing, that's probably where you're going to want to, if you're going to make some comments, that's the time.
Sounds very good. Thank you,
All right,
thank you
you're
for taking
welcome.
me first.
Yes, sir. All right, moving along, let's see here. Document 21624, Annual Community Resource Fair, September 7th, 2024, at the Campagnon Common. Ms. St. Ange, welcome.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Liza St. Ange, and I am here representing Greater Lawrence Community Action Council, and I'm here for the annual Community Resource Fair. So the day is September 7th, but we have a rain day of September 14th, so we're looking for permission for the North Common for September 7th and September 14th as our rain date. And this is the annual event. We do this every year without any issues.
For this is Campagnon Common?
Yes.
Did you have any, so you got clearance from the Recreation Department for the original date and the rain date?
Yes.
Both are clear, they're free.
They were informed of it, and they just asked us to come in front of you for approval.
But the point here, I get that, but the point is that there is no conflict. The schedule is free, you're able to go there, should we grant the permit,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Got it, okay.
Correct.
And this is for GLCAC? Okay. Looking for questions, comments, or a motion? Mr. Del Rosario?
Thank you, through you. How many years have you been doing this fair?
I believe this is the 11th year.
How many vendors are you expecting on this fair this year?
So usually it's primarily it's our organization, so we talk about all of our services, and we also invite other nonprofits that come and provide information for free to the public. So we usually have like 20 vendors.
Thank you, Chair.
I have a question.
Councilor Santiago?
The scheduled time.
The time, it's 11 to 2 p.m. is when the event will run, but we need access to the park earlier than that, so it's from around 8 o'clock. We set up tables and tents, and then we're out of the park by 5 o'clock p.m. But the event runs from 11 p.m. to 2 p.m., 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
11 to 2.
Yes. And we do flyers. It's a big community event that day. Yes.
All right, another question, Councilor Santiago.
For this year, what is the purpose?
So every year is the same purpose, is to promote access to the community for all of our services, fuel assistance, the police department shows up there too, the fire department. It's basically a day to talk about all the resources that the city has. And we host it, so we talk about all of the things that Greater Lawrence Community Action Council does, and we invite other vendors that provide services to the community. So we don't, it's not a money thing, there's nothing being sold, it's just resources to provide resources to the public.
Okay.
So a couple reminders, your organization already knows this, please don't drive on the grass with vehicles, heavy equipment on the grass. Number one. Number two, of course, the noise, speakers, just be cognizant that you're in an area. I probably don't need to say this to your organization, which is pretty good, but just be mindful that there's other folks around. So that's that. I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to turn to the full council with a favor recommendation or a public hearing.
We don't need a public hearing on it? No, not for this.
Motion to turn to the full council with a favor recommendation.
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. May 7th, right? Not December, May 7th. Good.
September 7th and September 14th.
May 7th is the next meeting.
Yes, okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. December 7th is Pearl Harbor Day. Is that right, Rich? Good. Next one is 2/18/24. 3 days of worship, August 23, 24, 25, at, originally it was O'Neill Park, but I'm understanding there's a change. Please come on up.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Lopez, and we are here because we would like to use the park for 3 days of worship. My pastor's here with me, and so is my the male pastor. We just want to reach out to the community and teach them, you know, and I have, she can speak for a little bit.
Yes, hi. We're from Iglesia Pentecostal Sanando los Quebrantados de Corazón. In English, is Healing the Brokenhearted. And this event is to reach out to the community, you know, speak to them and share the Word of God and have these 3 days of worship. And that is what our main, you know, goal is, you know, provide the Word and nothing, we're not going to sell anything, it just unite and help the community.
So thank you. So we've got a couple of notes in our packet. This was originally for O'Neill, correct? And so let's get that clarified. So you're looking at Camp
Yes, I
O'Neill?
spoke to Adderley, and he said that on that Friday, they have like a championship basketball tournament or something, so we're not able to use the park on that day. That's why they told us that, you know, it would be better if we use this park here, the common park.
It's Campagnon Common. So you got permission to use Campagnon Common
Yes, they
for
said
that day?
it was available for those 3 days, and we have, you know, we spoke to him, he said that that's okay, that was fine.
Yeah, what would be really good for us, and I appreciate that, is just to have some documentation from the Recreation Department. I don't think this committee's
I
gonna...
have an email here that,
You do?
yes,
Let's send that over to us. That would be helpful.
okay. What do I forward it to, or
What you could do, you can send it to Teresa
Teresa?
Vega.
Right next door?
That's that
Yes,
one,
okay.
yeah, that person, yeah.
Okay.
You want to copy me? You want to copy the members here? That'd be great, too.
Okay,
All of us are on the website. You can just copy us so we can see that it was there. That would be great. So everything's the same, you're just going to have it at Campagnon.
yes.
Got it. Okay. Comments, motions? Looking for a motion to send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Council Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No, the ayes have it. All right, so please come, in case there's confusion, on the 7th, May 7th.
May 7th, come back, okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. 2/19/24 Hoops for Christ Basketball Tournament. Please come forward. May 25th, 2024. Hi.
Hi, good evening. I'm here representing my church. This is our 7th annual tournament for the youth. We reach out to the youth, we preach, they play the whole day, and we're doing it this year in the O'Connell's South Common Park. And it's just for fun and to reach out to the youth, preach the word of God is our main cause.
Is this your first time doing this? First time doing the basketball
seventh,
combined? Seventh time doing this?
annual.
Wow.
Yeah.
So same thing, I think I may have not said it to the last folks, but the same thing as before. Keep the vehicles off of O'Connell. And also just be mindful that on the other side of the pavilion, there are people who live there. So be mindful of them, so keep the noise contained to the area of which you are going to be doing your event.
Yes.
And you got clearance, you're set with recreation
Yes.
for that date? Okay. Any comments, questions?
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
How do you pick up the players and what age are they?
It's from 12 and up. They usually go to the park, and we also have a flyer that has the information, and we usually put it through the media, and we pass it around through our contacts, and that's how they end up going. We usually have like 200 go.
Wow.
Yeah, it gets really packed, really packed. So we do have a flyer for that.
Okay. And what, they schedule practice before the tournament?
No practice. It's like, they call it a 3-on-3, 5-on-5, usually when they see the flyer and they go in, we say what we're going to do, and they usually bring their team. They make their own team, and they just go and they play.
Okay.
Okay, so very good. So the other thing I would ask, when I hear 200 people, I'm thinking, oh, there may be some trash. So just
Yes,
obviously
we
be
pick
careful
up
of the trash,
usually.
pick up, and
Yes.
do a favor for our DPW and our parks and keep
Of
it clean.
course,
Thank you.
yes.
All right, looking
Thank
for,
you.
you're welcome. Looking for a motion?
Motion to send? Motion to send with favorable recommendation?
Second.
Motion been made by the Vice Chair, seconded by Councilor Santiago, with the favorable recommendation. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. May 7th. Look forward to seeing you then.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
That's final passage. We're just the committee. Got it. Okay. The last thing that I have before we get to the school, the home rule petition is on the very last page, is document 17122, adding the planning director's position under the Planning and Development Department. I see Mr. Hooton, our city attorney, is here. Welcome, Mr. Hooton.
Good evening, councilors. The specific purpose I'm here is that you had a question, and the question was, you didn't see this in the ordinance and what had happened. And it actually was an ordinance position, it's been an ordinance position since before time. The problem is that it was stopped being printed in there. As the chairman knows, as with any ordinance, the only way to get rid of an ordinance is to have an ordinance to get rid of it or have a hearing on it. There has never been one, so it still exists. You can't get rid of it. This position was ordinanced back. Just because it wasn't reprinted in the ordinance doesn't mean that the ordinance went away. There has to be a positive vote to remove the ordinance. And we researched it, there's no positive vote to remove the ordinance, so this position still exists.
All right, so that really clears the decks, I think. That was the, at least from my perspective, that was the one question that I had, was the question of whether or not a reorganization was required because things were, this was being changed and placed into a different place. But according to the city attorney, because there's an ordinance, that even if we were to put the police department under recreation, that's not a reorganization, because if there's still positions that are ordinance, but I'm going to go with you on this recommendation.
Again, I don't want to say to that point, I'm saying this position existed. It existed in the order that it is in. It's not it was never removed. Placing it, I think the original question was, we were creating a whole new position. And is this now reorganizing the planning department? It's not reorganizing the planning department.
It's not reorganized, okay. Right, I'm going to hang my hat on that.
Thank you.
It's a small hat, but it's going to be on that, it's going to be hung there. I'm looking for questions, comments, or a motion. This would not need a public hearing. What would this need then? If there's already an ordinance there, what are we looking at? What's the request?
Fill the position.
Through you.
So, one more question. So the question is, we don't fill.
No, but.
What's the action of the council if there's already an ordinance?
Well, it's also in the Personnel Committee. The Personnel Committee is waiting for you to make this decision, and we're before the Personnel Committee to fill the position and go back up. So I would suggest that you maybe are informing the Personnel Committee that you agree that this is not a reorganization.
And so that's the only movement. There really is nothing before this committee. If there's already an ordinance that's created, unless we want to reauthorize it, is that what we might be doing because it's been unfilled for some time, or no?
I believe it has not been filled. What was that, 6 months, it's been empty? Yeah.
It's waiting for us. No, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're not.
I understand. I get that.
Yeah. He's in the position currently, but I would say that it's been vacant more than 6 months because it's so jumbled over there. He was also being paid as the director, so.
What is your suggestion then for this full city council, specifically this committee at this point? What are our options?
I think this committee should authorize the filling of this position and inform the Personnel Committee about that. The Personnel Committee just left saying that they were waiting to hear from you.
I'm going to release the floor to Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, that position was discussed early of the personal committee, if I'm not mistaken. And it also went up with further recommendation to the full council for the next meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Is not the position that we're talking about?
No, that position, they just held off because they were waiting to hear from this committee. There was the planning director position, which was also on the agenda, so which made it confusing. That went up. Director of planning, and so the greater position that was on the personnel. And this is just planning director, which would be below that.
So the planning director is reporting to the
Director
Office of Planning and Development, OPD. Gotcha. So what the recommendation from the city attorney is that I get the bouncing to personnel, I get that. What I'm not is approving, I'm not sure, we already have an ordinance on, what are we approving? That's where I'm a little fuzzy.
What you're, I guess what you're saying is, this position exists.
So we have to say this? This position exists?
Well, someone has questioned it, that's why we're here.
Okay. Do we have the information that has all the basic information for the ordinance, since it's not in, is it in our,
I don't believe it's in the current one, it was reprinted from,
There is a job description in the city ordinance.
It's a job description.
It's not in the most current version.
that's the problem, is it had printed, then some year it just disappeared, but it was never removed.
Shouldn't we at this point, I hate to throw this in there, but shouldn't we do it the right way? And if things have changed over time, shouldn't we have the right language of the current iteration of whatever it is the planning director's position is? Now's the time to do it, is it not?
I did sit down with Superintendent.
I need my computer.
Good evening, Council, Dan McCarthy, Planning Department. We were requested by the Personnel Department to sit down and draft it, and we did sit down and drafted up the current ideation of what the Planning Director's position is. Was similar, nearly identical to the old one, but with the current updates about who reports to who.
That's for 30 seconds away from the computer.
So I think the way it's perceived is that the planning director will report to the director of the entire office. Then the planning director will oversee the day-to-day operations of the planning department. So the officer, the director of the entire office oversees community development, economic development, the planning department, and inspectional service, all four.
Councilors, as a courtesy to me, so I can get my computer in the other room, can I have a 30-second recess so I can just pick that up and come back?
Motion to recess, 30 seconds?
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Be right back.
You ever sit down that version we did?
I have no idea. See, you know, Dan, I'm not even here for this. Somebody's got to tell me when these things are. And he's right, Alex, you can't be presenting these.
They sent it up to me. You gotta go to the personnel.
That's 30 seconds.
They need to have, I think,
Motion to come out of recess?
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So I am looking up right now, so we can talk apples and oranges here. City of Lawrence. Planning Director, correct? So right now, there is no, in our ordinance book, there is nothing called a planning director that I can say.
Correct.
And so what we want to do is we want to insert.
Reinstate that.
Reinstate. Do we have the reinstating language? That's okay, if you're helpful, let's bring it on. What do you got? Is that language?
This was the last meeting, and that's the one you guys were missing.
Okay. Is it in our book?
I don't know if you have it, but
Okay.
it should be. Most of you
Okay.
I did, that's what Teresa gave me.
Okay. I'm going to see if we have it.
You can use that.
Okay. So, thanks to Maria, we have some language.
Correct.
That we can throw in there. Now, what I don't know, if it's the language that there's been some discussion on, and what I wanted, I think, well, I can't speak for anybody else here, but what would make some sense is that we have the language that has been agreed to or worked on, and that we include that. And if there's any change, we don't know if there's been any change, but
What's that attached? Is that an email to someone?
that's, this is part of a package. This is an email.
So you included it in there?
Want to take a look at it?
I'll take a look at it.
Send it down to Eileen. So we had to create the document.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the language that we sent down.
Okay. What for you, son? Okay. Okay, so what's the story behind this? This is what was previously in the book that?
No,
or
this is what's currently.
This is what's currently, and this, and we don't know if this is what was in the book previously. We don't know if this is our previous ordinance or this has been
I
changed.
don't want to say, I've read the old ordinance, but I don't want to.
So this came out of the prior ordinance as the plan director position. As it is, it was amended to make some changes in the numerology so it would fit in. He also put into place that the plan director would report to the office of director, the director of office of the plan director, because that position did not exist at the time.
Okay. So this language was, this is subsequent language prior to the creation of OPD. Is that what this is? This is after OPD language, what I have in my hand.
It actually existed before.
With amendments.
But these are different. So the point I'm driving at, I hate to beat this, is that if any amendment, any change to an ordinance, I don't care, except for ministerial error, Scribner stuff, it's minor stuff, but any substantive change to an ordinance would require a public hearing. So, because of our process. And so, if this language is different than what was previously there, even if there's only one qualification
It
that
is different.
changed,
I would agree
even
with
if it's one responsibility, that would tip the requirement for a public hearing. What I guess we don't know is whether this triggers that. Is there more here than what was in the previous printed iteration that the public had access to?
It is not identical. There is changes in that from the prior one.
So, as legal counsel, I'm going to put words in your mouth. I would imagine it's probably in our best interest, and according to our rules, to send this up to the full council to order a public hearing on the language that's there.
That's fine. Just so you know that I was requested to be here on one specific issue.
Was it this one?
It wasn't that. It was, does this position even exist?
Okay.
That was the question that this board had sent up to me. So I came back with the answer, the position does exist. So if that's a request of this board, I believe, sure, put it up for a public hearing.
But I mean, that would, you're
Yes,
advising the
I agree
council.
with you. If it
Agree.
is a change.
What I don't want to do is put a gun to your head and say, this should be your opinion, but if you agree, you agree. If you don't agree, then we need to hear that too.
I agree with that.
Okay. So councilors, I think what we just heard here is that there's the recommendation by the city attorney that we take the language, and we need to get this in our packet for the official packet, right? And the language, and we should all get a copy of this, right? Yeah. Do we want to make an order public, send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation, order a public hearing on the language that's in here? That's what I'm going to be heading for.
Fine.
Is that?
So move with that, so move.
Motion made to send the language that's inside here, that I'm handing over to Maria, For the full council to order a public hearing. It's been seconded by the vice chair. Discussion. See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
We're on our way.
You know, very seldom do you ever see the hills of Lawrence. It's a very nice picture behind you.
South Lawrence.
So,
That's right. Not Massachusetts, right. All right, so I think that was it for all of our non-school-related items, I think. So we're going to move over now to the school-related stuff. That would be document number, and we should have stuff in our packet. Document number 14824, establishment of home rule petition governing, defining a governing structure for the Lawrence School Board upon the exit of state receivership. Councilors, we have some dignitaries among us this evening. We have members of the Lawrence School Committee who are here. They did provide to this committee a draft document for our consideration. What I would like to do is, and I would also, we have other people who are here who are members of the public, and as has been customary in this committee, is to allow folks, if they wish to speak on a matter, that they can. So if the members of the Lawrence School Committee wish to speak on this matter now, because of your position, we invite you to speak now, if you like.
Good evening, councilors. Jonathan Guzman. I am the Vice President, Vice Chair of the Lawrence School Committee, representing District F. And with me today, Committeeman Lenny Roa from District C and Committeewoman Myra Ortiz from District A. As the Chair LaPlante mentioned, we have submitted a draft of a particular home rule petition on what the receivership subcommittee has met and discussed in a public setting, and that is before you for your consideration. This particular request is a well-rounded school committee looking into the hybrid model, looking into having still the 6 elected per district, having 1 student representative, 3 appointed by the mayor, that are nominated by a 9 nomination panel, and the mayor and a designee. What we did was, we looked at the current city charter, we looked at the particular structure, and then we provided our recommendations based on our year experience on the school committee. We also expanded on the budgetary process, as there's no guidance on that. We ensure that there was still a process of executive branch nominations still coming down to the city council for its approval as the legislative body, and ensuring that when a nomination is made and it's not filled within 30 days, this body then can take process to solicit and to appoint. All across, each member, again, will be for 2 years, elected member within districts. What we're doing also within this particular language is in transition of those 3 particular appointed individuals. And within 4 years, after those appointments are done, they must transition to an at-large capacity elected, which will serve after that for 4 years. That is the structure that we have provided you. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer those questions to the best of our ability.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the school committee who wish to speak on this matter? Or if not, that's fine. If yes, that's okay too. It's up to you. No pressure.
Good evening. School Committee Member Myra Ortiz, representing District A, former Lawrence
City Council.
There you go. I needed you to say it. I'm standing here before you. I'm standing here before you with all respect, asking and informing the public that what we've put before you as our all-encompassing stakeholder written homeroom petition, and also as a compromise to what was dictated by our present Mayor DePena, is having the community be represented and having this legislative body remain inclusive in the process that we believe is necessary. I believe that this is a city that we know that there is an imbalance of power and that we are heavy in the executive branch at this moment in time, and expanding and receiving the home rule petition as written by the mayor to appoint eight positions that are just by the executive branch, I think supersedes and overshadows the role that the Lawrence City Council has here in this city, this great city of Lawrence, and it also takes away the voting privileges that the electorate has and what we fight for as civic engagement in this city. I believe that as putting it forth without including the school committee, without including stakeholders, without including parents and grandparents that I see here represented in this ordinance committee, was an oversight, and it also doesn't stick true to what the mayor has said, ahora el pueblo. With this home rule petition, the way that is written, ahora el pueblo no puede votar. That is what is before you at this moment. And I do not, now the city cannot vote. So his campaign is now the community, now the city. In this directive, this home rule petition appoints, the executive branch appoints and takes away from the voting privileges of this city. And I don't believe that that is the side of history we want to be on, as we are moving back into a place of local control, as we are moving to have the Lawrence City Council continue as the legislative oversight in this place, making the rules that govern our great city. What we have before you is we've taken Mayor DePena's directive in the form of a home rule petition in consideration in saying, you know what, appointed positions are a good idea. In this transition, let's have the executive branch be represented by 3 appointed positions to serve through the executive branch term of the 4 years. And at this time, I ask you to review, consider, and support what we have before you. And thank you for this time, respectfully. Any questions?
Any other elected officials who wish to speak?
Good evening. My name is Lenin Morowa. I'm a representative of the school committee for District C. And we have a petition. We have a petition that we put together in a meeting where there were we disagreed on a couple of things. We came up with it, and it's for your consideration. Me, myself, I'm a resident of Lawrence, have been for 10 years now. Have 3 kids in the system, in the school system, public school system. That's my only reason. I only drive because of them. I'm going to school myself. I'm an engineer for turbines, for planes. That's what I did when I was in the Navy, retired already. But my heart is with the city. I would like to see elected people in power. I understand the power of having people be appointed, people of statutes and stuff like that that can help us with knowledge and stuff that we may not have. I understand that. But I also understand that the city has a say, and you guys have a say, the electorate has a say, and that's why I'm here, and I believe that it's in our priority to do this the right way. So that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Any other elected officials who wish to speak on this matter? I open it up to the public. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Now's the time to speak, because once we start this conversation, we're not kind of going back and forth. So if there's members of the public who wish to speak, please come now.
Good evening. I just wanted to give my opinion as a father of 3 kids in Lawrence. I mostly agree with the school committee's
Let
proposal.
me interrupt for 1 second, just so we can get your name and address.
sorry.
I know who you are, I know where you live, but just for the record.
Sorry, Luis Robles, 183 Abbott Street. So basically, I do agree with the fact that I think most of the committee members should be elected officials. However, I think the 3 appointed members should not be elected official. I think we should allow it so that it can be anyone, even if they're not residents of Lawrence. This way, we can tap into talent that is not in the city. Even though we have a lot of talent in the city, I think it doesn't guarantee that those people will run for office. So I think we need to have these 3 appointed positions open so we can get people maybe from MIT, Harvard, or anyone who is willing, who doesn't live here, but is willing to contribute to the city of Lawrence with expertise. And these 3 appointed officials will not overrule the majority of the 6 elected members. They will still have a majority vote. But they will also have the support of those 3 appointed members. Also, another thing that wasn't mentioned is regarding the student that will be elected. I don't think the 12th graders should be penalized. I think they should be able to complete their full year as an elected member. And I think the term for the student should be 1 year, because in high school, you have turnaround every year. There's 9th graders coming in, 12th graders going out, and it's a yearly cycle. So I think the student one should be a yearly term. And that's basically all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Last call for anybody else from the public. Okay. Counselors, this is now up for us, for our discussions, for our questions, committee members. The rules are pretty simple. I think we have a couple of options here. One option is that we could ask the questions we want to ask. And ultimately, we can, if the council, if the committee so chooses, it would be in order to make amendments to the draft that's set before us by the mayor. So the working draft is what was sent down to us, right? That's the working draft. We certainly can take parts or whatever if we wanted of what the school committee has said, hypothetically, but we can certainly amend if we choose to amend. That's one thing. The second thing is we could have a bunch of questions this evening, not amend, and we could send this up to the full council. We can set it up with any kind of recommendation, favorable, unfavorable, or without a recommendation, and we could send that up to the full council. I'm going to let you know where I'm going to come. I may be asking questions this evening. If the committee decides it's going to go in the amendments, I wasn't planning on speaking, giving my opinion this evening. I am going to be looking for more information. I would encourage the council president, since a public hearing is not required for a home rule petition, that our vote, when it gets to the vote, would be to advise the council president to open this item up for any public participation, should anybody from the public wish to speak on this item. So that would be a potential request from this committee to the council president, who, by the way, is here. Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Giovanni Rodriguez, City Council President. My intent is that I would like the council to order a public hearing on this, even though it is not required, but it will be necessary and needed for the public to have an opportunity to speak as long as they want. That's what I would like to see. Obviously, it will be the desire of the vote of the city council, not necessarily my desire, but I think it will be fair for the public to come over and discuss this in a public hearing settings. That way, they have the amount of time that I require to speak on behalf of this.
Thank you, Council President. So those are our options. We have a few options available. So with that, we can open up the floor for discussion regarding this topic. I'm happy to begin. If somebody else wishes to go ahead and start, that's fine too. I'll start, unless somebody else wants to. I really don't need to start. Do you want to go? Council Del Rosario?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Any of you can answer this. Have you guys reached out to any community that has a completely hybrid or elected, and tell me if they failing, how it works? Because I did my research in some city, including Cambridge, which I was there today, and it to me is working perfectly, and they all happy. One thing that Cambridge also did and include, I'm not saying that they should be, for more participation of the people when it comes to voting or elect anybody. Somehow they changed the rule where residents, not citizens, are also voting for elected members of the school committee. But can you guys, any of you, if you guys reach out, tell me where has been this hybrid place and where it's not working or where it's not, the way it should be.
And let me just ask this, Mr. Del Rosario, not to you, but it would be really good if someone who was the drafting of the underlying document was here. Is there anybody from the mayor's office here this evening? Are they here? That would have been helpful. Okay. School committee member, vice chair.
The administration was here before you last time, and they did mention that there was no such thing as what they drafted across the research, right? I just want Councilor De Rosario to clarify.
Simple.
No.
Any other community that has a hybrid, like I said, I was in Cambridge today, and they completely hybrid appointed.
Fully
officials.
appointed. That was my
They have
clarification.
appointed, and they pretty happy. So have you guys know of any other community that has been appointed and somehow is not working, or the school is failing, or some of them?
78% of the Bostonians voted that they wanted a full elected school committee, and the mayor's refusing to move it.
Just Boston?
Boston right now, which is one of the biggest districts in Massachusetts for school districts. I have spoken, I don't know how this particular administration did find, because I found many, and I'm having conversations with them, and one of the community members who spoke about the appointee individuals, I agree, right? There's individuals that don't want to get into this politicking, they just want to serve, they want to bring their perspective into the table, and I agree with that, right? Which is why we were compromised, and on our recommendations, we provided that appointee opportunity, right, for somebody to be able to serve their community in that capacity. With still regulations and where you have to be a City of Lawrence resident in order to serve in any board or commission, right, within the city ordinance. But some of the conversations I've been having with school committee members from other districts in other state, where majority is there's a majority appointed and some elected, some of them have tried getting appointed, and because they don't have the qualifications, they never get appointed. They run, and because they have community backing, community knowledge, they've been there for the community for so many years, that's how they get in, right? So it excludes individuals that potentially don't have the degree, but want to serve their community. And if I do an assessment of particular individuals that serve an elected role where qualifications to run for office, many individuals might not be sitting, right, and serving. But I don't think that should push people away. I don't think that somebody that is willing to serve their community and learn through the process should be not allowed that opportunity.
Through you, Chair. If the transition would be today, is the school committee, honestly speaking, the school committee that you have right now, or that you guys are in, what you have right now, is it ready to take over $300 and something million on a budget from a school and run it? Like right now, let's say something happened and right now you need to take over. Do you honestly say that you guys, the way the school committee is structured right now, as it is right now, do you think, honestly speaking, that you guys are ready to do that? Or your school committee is have the full potential to run the school as your school committee is right now?
So let's put that into perspective, Counselor. The school committee does not run the budget. That's the superintendent's job. We set policies based on the superintendent's recommendations, and the administrator, which is the superintendent, runs the schools, not the Lawrence School Committee. The Lawrence School Committee, since 2011, has not received a dime for professional development, nor the resources for professional development, but we, by ourselves, have researched and done our work, right? We receive a good recommendation by the executive director of MASC that this is the only school committee that he has worked with that is competent enough, and he put that in writing and got sent to the Commissioner of Education, Jeffrey C. Riley, and where we completed collectively over 74.5 hours of training when the school committee were petitioning for determination of receivership.
Is the school committee balanced? That's basically what the question is. It's not to running, it's balanced to take, is the school committee balanced at this point in time if a transition will come in, like right now? That's basically the question. I know I'm in the superintendent, I know the budget, but you guys had a big part in approving if you have the voice, which we don't have it right now, and we understand we're on the receivership. But it's a balance as it is right now.
We have key individuals within the school committee in each seat that bring expertise to the table, whereas policy, lived experience, parental, special needs, ELL, LPACT, right? ELL students, administrative potential, financial potential, law.
Okay. Any other counselors who have questions? Counselor, I'm sorry, school committee woman.
Counselor De La Rosada, can you define balanced and what you mean by that, and compare the balance of the city council in your example?
I mean, we're talking about the school committee, and I'm asking you the question.
I'm asking for an example.
But I'm asking you a question, how you guys are
Define balance.
I'm out.
Just one at a time, and Counselor De La Rosada, you have the floor, and she may or may not answer your question, but you have the floor.
But I gave the floor away, and she got up and asking questions.
Okay.
Define balance. Balance is, are you guys balanced as it is? He answers part of the question. I don't need to compare how balanced is this with the school committee. I want to know how balanced you are.
But can you define balance to understand
balance,
what
like he said, he explained it, balance. So you have what he needs. You have some people with knowledge, like he explained. That's the balance. Right now, if I count numbers, not knowledge, the school committee is on balance because not every district is filled, correct? So
every district is represented.
Now it's represented because we had it appointed one, but for the past few years it hasn't been. It's 2 or 3, and at the end of the day, it's 2 of them that I see working on an everyday basis. Now you guys are getting together, and that's when I say balance. And if you feel comfortable and if there is balance, I respect that. And he answered the question, what is balance that I was looking for. He understood the question, or he understood the question.
Thank you for your clarification and what you meant by balanced.
Okay.
Yes.
Counselor Santiago?
When you say balance, that's right now they don't looking for the balance, but because the home rule petition doesn't have any balance, because there are 6 appointed, 3 by the elected and 1.
I'm not comparing the home rule petition with what I asked them. I asked them if they feel comfortable, if they balance. I'm not comparing any home rule petition, Councilor Santiago. So when I asked them for balance, it's to see how comfortable they are, and if they know what I was asking. Jonathan exactly answered the question the way, to me, it was rephrased. It has nothing to do, I don't know if any of this home rule petition will be balanced at the end of the day when we picked it, because we got to pick one, and at the end of the day, we got to see them how that works. And then when we want to question the balance. Right now, I'm asking right now, as the school committee is, right now. I'm not talking about home rule petition.
Councilor Santiago, you still have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The other things I agree with Mayra Ortiz is, she said, ahora le toca al pueblo, right? And if they do this wrongful petition, they are not respect the voting rights for the residents. They voting for you guys. If they want to do something, I think they're supposed to do it after you finish your term. That's, I think.
Okay. Is that a question or a comment? Comment, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions by members of the committee? Okay. I've got a few questions. I think as I'm going through the proposal, I would be asking the administration if they ever hear some other similar questions, potentially. But so one of the things that caught my attention is a real change. And all of these questions are going to be, how is that going to benefit, right? I'm not going to give you an opinion. I want to find out how is this going to improve on the system. You're looking to go ahead and to have the city council elect a school committee members in some instances, or can you explain that again for me so I get that better understanding of that?
So through other language, there's no such thing as the city council electing. There is that possibility of confirming appointees, right? Or going through the same process within 5.7, which if a position becomes vacant within the school committee, is this body that has the opportunity to appoint, just as council member that Rosario mentioned with District D attorney Sandra Edwards, who unfortunately is unable to be with us today because her husband passed away. If not, she will be here. The particular piece, right, it calls for, again, 6 elected members, 3 appointed members by the mayor who are nominated to him by the nominating committee panel. An idea that we thought it was amazing. It came from his own home rule petition. We put language and clear definition on it of who should be those individuals within those nomination panel, right? Who from the community or from organizations that work on education, or within parental groups, or within justice of education and environmental justice work, or within this particular body, actually, because we put that language that somebody within this body should be also appointed into that nomination panel by, I don't know, whatever process you guys do. And there's also a student. The student, we want to be clear with the student piece. Right now, there's a particular law at the state level that is trying to empower students to be voting members on bodies like these. We think it's a great idea to have a student, how we put it through on our language is that the student is appointed, is elected by their classmates at Lawrence High School through a process, right? We represent Lawrence Public School Systems. And that student serves within a year, right? That particular calendar year. And if the student graduates, and that's one of the particular comments that got brought up, that if a student is a senior, he graduates, that there should be the opportunity to, for that particular individual to continue serving. You need to be a current Lawrence School student, right? That's why the language is like that, in order to continue serving. That means if you're not part of the Lawrence High School side, then you have vacant your position. We give that power back to the student government in Lawrence High School to appoint their member. If they do not appoint within 30 days, that goes back to the Lawrence School Committee, as we are the governing structure of Lawrence Public Schools. Anything above, it comes back here, right? So if we don't have somebody within our seats, then there's a process, right, that comes back here. And simple as it is, I keep saying and keep hearing that for the past years, some positions have been vacant, people are not running for them. We're hearing those conversations. let's put those into perspective of why people don't want to be in these positions, right? If the city council had no power, you wouldn't be here. There's definitely, and there's a lot of occasions in where the city council can provide power through school buildings. We don't get tapped in. That was not taken from us under receivership law. But nobody asked for our opinion. As the vice chair, I sit in every school authority. I do my work. Nobody needs to know. I do it. Sorry.
So a couple of things as well. Thank you, Vice Chair. So the second thing is, speaking of vice chairs, in this language, it appears that you're taking out the mayor's current position as the chair of this school committee.
Correct.
And that you are replicating seemingly some model of which we are part of, which is a kind of a president, maybe even a vice president as well.
Correct.
Again, I'll go back, is something broken at the level with the mayor being the chair that needs to be fixed?
Multiple times when the administration of Mayor Rivera was here, we had to be challenged constantly to meet, because he will use language within the city charter that he will claim that we couldn't. So we will have to go back into the Attorney General's office and go through the process, so I'm understanding that we're still a governing body, and we're still subject to open meeting laws, and we need to go process, and that the city charter provides us the guidance based on our rules to meet, right? There's been challenges in where the meetings have been set by our rules. The mayor has not come to one of our meetings, so the vice chair has to tap in to agendas, figure out, process this, all by the vice chair and the school committee, right? And with the particular, both of the structures that are being in place, there has been conversations of, should the appointee serve within the school committee? That's one question. And be also the chair and president of the committee. Those are questions that we're still asking and trying to figure out. The city attorney will CC to ensure that if he sees something within the language, he points it out. He told me that he has not looked at it.
Question?
Sure. Go ahead, Councilor Santiago.
You said the mayor doesn't assist any meeting. He
Yeah.
sent any notification, any reason for why?
What I know is that the mayor came to the reorg, which is the first meeting after we're elected and sworn in. After that, the mayor does not participate in our meetings.
My question is why? Because why he wanna do a lot of appointed if he doesn't look like it does the important for him?
And because of those, we know that the mayor's office, the mayor capacity is really a busy capacity, which is why within the language we have put or designee to ensure that that individual, right? The mayor right now, how it's written on the city charter, cannot send somebody, right? He needs to sit and he needs to vote. He cannot send somebody from his office to do the process and sit. We're putting it on this language. We're saying the mayor or designee from his office has full power of voting, right? To ensure that there's a process to allow the executive branch to be part of this. You know, on the home rule petition that was set by the mayor, it calls for a certain amount of members. There's a flaw on the number. There's an even number now. There's actually not 11, there's 12, right? Because the mayor sits there as the chair. That's part of the governing body on their home rule petition. We set ours for 11.
Through you.
Sure. Okay.
Do you think if they do the home rule petition, he will be present, he will put more attention to the meeting?
I don't know. I feel, I will say it again, I believe the position of being mayor of the city of Lawrence brings a lot of work. And sometimes you need individuals that you trust within your administration to be part of that process, right? And this is why we thought it was a good idea to put this before you. Even within the nominating panel, the mayor is able to assign a designee.
Now, when you had your conversations, obviously, I just want to throw this out there, I think I know the answer. When you were reviewing this document to submit and present to the city council, I'm presuming that you had a long view of this, so you're not necessarily just looking at the current administration, because whatever gets passed will be on beyond this administration. So I just want to ask you that very pointed question is, did you consider the fact that this is not just for this administration, but a much longer arc?
Mm-hmm. And with that in mind, I believe the committee members also thought about the idea of a transition to a full elected, right? From having this administration who is currently requesting appointees to this process, and we're saying, you know, after 4 particular years, those 3 positions should move into an at-large position to be elected into this body, right? To bring other expertise that are not at the table, that the residents of Lawrence at large believe are the qualifications that a resident of the city of Lawrence should have to be sitting on the school committee. Did that answer your question, Speak?
Vice Chair Reyes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Guzman, can you clarify when you be elected, like who you are right now? You mentioned here the transition is not to choose 3 last person or 3 new school committee member. You thinking in mind is like, for example, you gradually be large, or you planning to choose or put 3 last position to running through a school committee, or what does that mean?
So so within the structure of the school committee, let's call it phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1, right, is the same that we have right now, 6 elected, 1 per district, 1 student representative, in the hopes that that student representative can vote, crossing my fingers, and the mayor or designee, right, and 3 appointed individuals by the mayor's office, confirmed, right, by the city council, and is put forward for the mayor's consideration by the nominating panel. 4 years, right, this happens, they get seated, right, an election happens. Every 2 years, the district school committee members have to run. After 4 years pass, those appointed positions will transition to an at-large elected position, meaning that if those appointed members want to stay there, they got to run for that position in 4 years. Did I answer? That would be like the phase 2 of ensuring that we move to a majority elected school committee.
What is you propose to, what is the position to our mayor in this committee?
He is a member of the Lawrence School Committee.
Yeah, but you say not electing, like, you want to choose your chair,
Yeah, so the mayor's, on our proposal, the mayor's not the chair. The mayor is a member, the mayor or designee is a member of the Lawrence School Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go back to the student again. So I think if I heard your under your breath comment, hopefully I thought I heard you say, so let's just hypothetically say that we just endorse with the mayor's proposal or your proposal, which is to have a vote by someone from a student. I'm not sure it is a Lawrence High student, could be a Oliver Junior High student. First of all, that just came across my mind. I'm not sure if you define what a student is, but that's number one. But number two, if are we prohibited by law currently by having essentially underaged individual, a student, serving as an elected capacity? So even if we pass this, it may not even get through the state legislature because they don't allow for that. I guess there's a question there somewhere. Can you address that?
Yeah, so the student representative definition is laid within this home rule petition example draft, and where it provides a clear who the student has to be. Again, it has to be it needs to be a Lawrence High School student that goes through their own election process, and where the student government has some authority, right, in case that position becomes available. Furthering more, I want to make sure that I tell you that, I'm providing you, the true intention of providing you, I do this for a living too, state policy, so I'm always paying attention. And I know that there's a bill that is to empower 16, 17-year-olds, right, to get voting rights. That is still in process. At the same time, there are other board spaces that have a student representative. They don't have voting rights, but they're on the board as a member.
Right.
At that point, the legislative body would just redline that piece.
Okay.
To their
But
process.
currently, right now, there's already a student, is there a student representative, currently a non-voting student representative serving either on the LAE or on the school committee?
On the LAE. Unfortunately, the Lawrence School Committee has not adopted that because we believe that the students should receive resources, right, to be here. And we don't have resources to provide a student.
Okay. And just so we're clear, why is, if we have student representation now, non-voting, and my understanding is that the reason why there is student representation right now, non-voting clearly, is so that the decision makers around the table, now it's the LAE, can listen to some perspectives from the student as they make their decision, right? Is that working? And why do we need to take it to the next step? If they're already giving input, that we actually have folks who are under 18 having a chance to vote who have not gone through what all of us have gone through in our lives, right? And have some context, et cetera, on decision making. So explain why that's important that we have that.
I'm here today because of those particular ideology. That students in high school don't have the capabilities of being around adults or people that have pathways or been, many past and present experiences. Because of that, it's when I started becoming an advocate. I founded the Humanitarian Club. I poached over 70 students out into the community because we were not being connected. We were not being brought to the table. I had to push for that, right? Students know what students want. One thing is to have a person on the table that just provides comments and doesn't have an actual opportunity to say yes or no. Something that can change the whole perspective of the vote, of whatever matters in front of you. We're pointing it forward as a process. This is a process. And where we hope that by the end of this discussion and debates on these discussions, we have good news from the state. And that it's already here through this home rule petition, not after we pass it and then we have to do all over this again to add a student, if you think about it.
Point of information, previously when I served on the school committee, as a school committee member for District A, we had student representation when President Giovanni Rodriguez was on and President Senator Pavel Payano.
Right, so that's been going on for some time, and you want to reinsert it. The only difference here, just so I'm clear, is that now they're going to actually vote. They're actually have the same power as other elected officials or the nominated individual. They're going to have the same one vote as everybody else around the table. That's the difference, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And at the same time, put the perspective of putting appointed individuals into a space and then them not having a voting right.
Looking at the panel of folks who are going to advise the mayor on the selection process, I'm just wondering, are individuals who are just regular taxpayers who are, I realize that most of the money comes in from the Commonwealth and not from our tax base, I get that.
Yeah, 90%.
But we technically still contribute to our schools at some level. I just often, was there any consideration of maybe having someone with a bent of a taxpayer? As you know, we got every other group here. We got teachers, we got student advisory, we have English language learners, unions, city council, PTO, Justice Alliance, Education Justice. We got a lot of groups.
There's a
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if
yeah,
there's
thank
any
you for the
consideration
question.
for that.
Thank you for the question, because you have to be a resident in order to be part of this panel, and if you're a resident, you're a taxpayer,
Not
right?
necessarily. Well, I would argue that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
No, please.
Continue. No, you get the floor.
Okay. So you have to be a resident in order to be part of the panel, not necessarily because you're part of these particular groups, right, means that you will be appointed. You still need those qualifications in order for them to nominate you, right, on this, right? And this process, ensuring that if there's a vacancy happens, there's still a process for that. There's a well-rounded of individuals from, you know, and then bringing it back to what we're looking at, the other type of home rule petition, and where it really discussed about having parents in places of power, and we try to reflect that. I think that this particular panel is a great idea. We provided more context and definition of people within education, and it's true, right? 95% of the budget of the Lawrence Public Schools comes from the state. Seeing that most of the budget that the city of Lawrence puts in is around 70% of your budget, which is a lot, right? And every individual should be part of a process and have the opportunity to voice their concerns. And I feel that there's so many times that they can do that through the panel, because the panel has to do public space. It has to meet in a public space. It has to have public hearings. At the same time, when it gets to the mayor and it gets sent here for confirmation for the nominees itself, there's also a process of public participation.
You want to speak? Okay, yes. Councilor Del Rosario, and then Councilor Reyes, Vice Chair
Thank you,
Reyes.
through you. Seeing that your home rule petition just have some changes in what you guys decide and think is going to work for you, for the city of Lawrence. Also, have you guys tried to sit down with whoever composed the mayor home rule petition and try to meet up at the table and say, you know what, we're willing to go this way, but can we kind of mix it up? Because right now, what I'm seeing in your home rule petition, it's a little bit different, but it's basically not against the hybrid at all. So I'm not seeing it against it. So have you guys sit down and try to meet halfway with whoever and try to bring something to us and everybody in the city that we don't see so divided? Have you guys tried it, or have you tried it, Jonathan?
Thank you for that question. I want to definitely mention that the Lawrence School Committee is not divided. The Lawrence School Committee is working together, and the mayor, who has the authority of doing what he put before you, decided to put it before you without no recommendation of stakeholders, including us, right? We hope, and there's been individuals within this space from the mayor's office, and where there hasn't been an extension. Matter of fact, I did meet with the mayor a while, months ago, and where he told me there was going to be a proposal, and that we were going to have a discussion. That never happened. That got sent to you guys, and I found out, the school committee found out, because I looked at your agenda every time it comes out. Because as the vice chair of the Lawrence School Committee, I received your agendas to put stuff on your agenda. So we're always willing to have these discussions. We even did our discussion publicly on Zoom, right? Because we don't have resources to have a building and have meetings. We're actually pushing for one right now on May 1st on the Lawrence Public Library. We're going to have our meeting at 7 in-person hybrid for the first time. So we're hoping that it goes well. And overall, we're always willing to have a discussion. The receivership subcommittee's proposal draft has a lot of differences from the home rule petition in front of you. Yes, it's calling for a hybrid, but we're listening to our members and our constituents that have reached out and have logged into our meetings and said, we want to elect a school committee. If you're there or you're not there, you need to fight for me to have representation. When the transition happens, that I can vote somebody in. At the same time, bringing that conversation on transition, there's no conversation right now at the Board of Education, which is a public board, about transition for Lawrence Public Schools.
But once again, we table it for you guys to do all that and give you the time to get to that. After you draft this, did you reach out and say, you know what, we don't agree with your proposal, but we want you to read ours and see if we can meet up halfway? How we try that after you find out there was a petition and we table it for you guys to have your meeting and all that stuff? And then you drafted this, but have you contacted whoever drafted theirs and see if this is, I don't see anything wrong with that, but.
Again, I can say that there's been conversations with particular individuals in the office and where discussions have occurred on this proposal.
Point of information, as a reminder, the mayor is the chair of the school committee, and he leads the school committee.
Vice Chair Reyes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask because when I do my outreach, I see we have a lot of cities in Massachusetts doing hybrid. You have something starting to do in hybrid and then they can come back, or something wrong about that?
Say it again, sorry.
Okay. So I do my outreach and I see in Massachusetts we have a lot of school committees appointed with the mayor for different cities. You have something doing wrong about that when they have in play right now?
Yeah, so at the beginning I mentioned that there has been communications and where individuals have felt that by having a full appointed school committee, individuals that are normal individuals like us, I can say that, right, want to run and aren't able to get appointed because they don't meet credentials to be appointed. So having a good lived experience and being from the community and running gives them the opportunity to do so. And there's been conversations and where I'm trying to really bring up details to provide to you on the concerns in other states on something like this. But again, we are proposing a redraft for your consideration, in where the particular question here is, why is this here? Why is the elected school committee getting challenged, right? Clearly on the communication that you're hearing on the one email that the mayor sent you is upon transition. Has this body, has the only body that can call for elimination on the receivership been contacted or talked to about a transition plan happening? There hasn't. So how are we proposing such home rule petition when a transition plan has not been placed forward for community consideration, for stakeholders to have a conversation of what we want to see? If community wants to see this, that's part of the transition plan. We don't do this before we have that conversation. If people in the third floor of the mayor's administration want to learn about doing a transition plan, they should look at Holyoke. Mayor, city councilors, school committee, and delegation working together during this process. As of right now, I can tell you, they're not working with us.
What Councilor Rosario mentioned, what is the possibility you can connect with the mayor office to bring it again this conversation?
We are always open to have discussions. I believe, and I speak for myself, if the mayor has consideration to have these discussions, I will welcome it. Again, this is a compromise. If we didn't have even to have this discussion, we wouldn't be here. We prefer an elected school committee by the people of Lawrence, right? And a transition plan should have been what you were reviewing right now, not this.
Thank you, Mr. Guzman.
So we're getting close to I think, to the end, so we can make a decision. But one of the things I need to ask is a couple of things. One is, currently, the authority for the building of a new school is the authority of the city council. And I see that in section 7.
It's
that-
not.
I see-
Under the city charter, it's a school committee under section,
Let's take a look. Go ahead.
and that's the same language that is there, actually.
Go ahead. Where is it?
Let me pull it up, sorry. I was not ready for that. If you pull up the city charter and you look at section 5, which is the Lawrence School Committee,
Okay.
and you go through it, there's a particular section that talks under the school committee about the
Got it.
school buildings and authorities of any modifications within our buildings.
I stand corrected. Thank you. That is in the charter, under 5.5. Okay.
We do our work. Thank you.
Compensation and operating budget. That's kind of a big, significant change. Why?
We want to put it on language. The school committee should have the opportunity, as any governing body, to have a structure, right? And the structure comes from the spending budget of the city, not from the Chapter 70 budget. You cannot use Chapter 70 budget for a governmental operating process. So on this city charter, there's a compensation piece, and where this body creates an ordinance by compensation, this body has sent you that, and it's stuck, I think, on the ordinance committee, actually, on a discussion of compensation. We have sent the actual documentations, the structure, the process, and I believe in some way, some form, it got removed because it could entail a reorganization when it's set on the charter that is created by an ordinance by this body. Now, of course, the person that fills those is the mayor as the executive branch, so this was back and forward with the attorney of the city on trying to figure out if the mayor decides to decrease your stipend, can he do that during the process? Yes, because it's a line, right? And this is part of the budget process. The same for ours. He can just you can say, we want to pay this much to school committee members, and by my understanding of the ordinance and the city charter, he can put 0, right? And you are unable to increase it. It's been like that. There's constant conversations of that. There was an ordinance that disrupted that. Have not found it. I have asked Attorney Ruano, I have asked this attorney. I have not received any documentation that says this got trumped out.
Council, I'm done with my questions. Are there any other questions councilors have? Councilor Del Rosario?
It's just a comment. I believe myself that we should be having this conversation all together when it comes to just them. The administration should be here, or whoever wrote the other petition, home rule petition, should be here. They're not meeting with them. Somehow the communication is broken. So I guess the only way we can get them together is down here. So I don't know, this is how I feel. And this is, I think, this is where we should need to have that conversation when it comes to that. Like, that's just a comment.
So, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer Councilor Rosario's question, we can have a joint committee meeting city council, school committee, and invite the mayor's office to discuss this. And at that point, we can actually make some changes, resolute around it, and finding common grounds. I think that we have two very deep documents in front of us. None of those documents come from us, but we have the opportunity to either approve it or not approve it. If we work together in a meeting, that I'm pretty sure that the school committee will be on board to have that meeting, I believe that we might find common ground around that. It is a suggestion. I think that we can work something together. I think that there is other parties that would like to also be involved.
And I agree. Earlier, you, Chair, through you, and earlier you asked if anybody of the administration here to answer this or that. Nobody is here. I don't think it's fair to you guys, I mean, to be here just proving a point and then not saying anything. Again, if they would have come here by themselves, I would have suggested the same thing too. We need a school committee to be here, because it's a whole group situation in the meantime, and it's a big decision that we need to make, because this could change the whole part of when it comes to the education of our kids. So again, this is just what I'm thinking. We should have a conversation all together before we make any big decision on this.
If we call for, through you, Mr. Chair, if you call for a special meeting, which is going to be a joint committee between the city council and the school committee, if the compromise is to find common ground around this issue, I'm more than happy to entertain that opportunity. Not the idea, the opportunity to find common ground. With that compromise need to come from the school committee, the city council, and the mayor's office, with the main objective of finding a potential law that's going to benefit the city of Lawrence at the end of the day. Having discussion sporadically at the ordinance committee, at the full council, and having the school committee on the other side also trying to find that solution. I think that as a former school committee member and current city councilor, I think that it will be very essential and a privilege to work with the school committee and the mayor's office to find a potential common ground on this. If that's something that we can work it out, I think that will be fantastic.
Very good. So,
Thank you.
thank you, Council President. So, we have before us is the mayor's proposal. We have received and considered, or are considering, the school committee's proposal as well. You heard what the council president had to say. Now it's the time for us to decide how we are going to dispense with this on the committee. So are we looking to send this up to the full council? At this point, the council president, if he decides he's going to do a special meeting, he can do that by his authority, if he decides that he wants to do that. But my question to us here is, what do we want to do? Do we want to send this up without a recommendations? Do we want to do any amendments tonight, or where are we? I'm looking for any motions. I mean, I would support, if this is important, but I would just support sending this up to the full council without a recommendation, but that's just me. But
I want to make a motion to send to the full council to the favorable recommendation.
with a favorable or no recommendation?
With the favor.
Favorable, the mayor's proposal with a favorable recommendation. There is a motion to send the document up to the
Not
full...
the mayor,
I'm sorry?
not the mayor.
So what did you want, to send up to the council? Just so I'm clear.
I want to make a motion to send those to vote the city council meeting to the full council. To vote the full council.
Okay.
To vote to the favor recommendation, not the mayor.
So before us, just so I'm clear, I'm sorry, I'm confused, we have two proposals. We have the underlying motion, we have the underlying proposal that the mayor gave to us. We also received this evening what is known as a substitute amendment. If you, in reading what was submitted to us, they wanted to strike everything and insert this new, all that new language. That came from the school committee. So we have, so that would be an amendment. So we would amend the mayor's to include the school committee's proposal as part of it. Is that what you're recommending? No. Okay. If that's not what you're recommending, then we have the mayor's proposal. We, as a committee, we can send it up with a favorable recommendation to the full council. We say we like it. We want the full council to support what the mayor has put together. We can do that. Or we can say we don't like it. It's an unfavorable recommendation. We're sending this up, but we don't like it, so the council knows how we stand. Or we can send it up to the full council without a recommendation, saying we have done our homework. We have asked the questions as best we can over 2 meetings, and now we're sending it up. We want the full council to ultimately make the decision without us providing a recommendation. Those are
To send to the full council for the unfavorable recommendation.
the unfavorable recommendation. There is a motion to send this document, the mayor's document, up to the full council with a unfavorable recommendation. Is there a second? See no second, the motion dies. I'm looking for another motion.
Motion to send to the full council with no recommendation.
Second.
Motion's been made to send to the full council without a recommendation, is properly made by Councilor Del Rosario, properly seconded by the vice chair. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. It's going up to the full council without a recommendation. I would also ask this of this committee. I did hear what the council president had to say earlier this evening, and I understand the dynamic by which the council president said what he said. I ultimately believe that we can get to that very same point without spending the money. We could have essentially a public hearing where the council will allow an individual to speak for as long as they want to speak, for as many people as they want to speak, as if it were a public hearing, without having to spend the money for that. I honestly don't believe that a lot of people read the Eagle Tribune, the public notice sections in the back, to find out when there's a public hearing. And I just think that's probably money better spent when we get the same result by letting the folks know in our communities or the people that we represent that if they have a comment they want to make on it, they are invited to speak and have a chance to give that without us having to go to a meeting, order a public hearing, and then we got to wait another couple of weeks. So that's my thought on that. If somebody shares that opinion, please make that motion. We can make that recommendation, of course, to the council president. So is there a motion to that? If not, we sit silent. So the motion would be to I guess, instruct or advise, maybe advise a nicer word, advise the council president that this committee thinks that we should not have an official public hearing where we have to go ahead, vote on it, and then have to go ahead and pay the money, but we invite individuals to come before the city council as if it were a public hearing without having to go forward with the payment of the newspaper payment. So that's the question before us. Is there a motion for that? If not, we'll set it where it is.
I can make that motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second to that motion? See no second, the motion dies. Council President.
Well, I just want to say for the record that if we order a public hearing for a stop sign, I just want to be clear, if we order a public hearing for a stop sign, this is a lot more important than a stop sign.
Council President, thank you. You made your point, and I would also say that by law, we are required, when we're changing an ordinance, to have a public hearing. This is not a change of an ordinance. Any other home rule petitions that come before the city council, neither this nor any other home rule petition requires a public hearing. That's the law. So, but I do understand the council president's prerogative. Let's go back to the top of the agenda. So that is it. It's going to the full council without a recommendation. If I can find my document. Where'd it go? I think I lost my agenda. I am trying to. Nice try. You threw it back there. I saw you. Do we have someone else here to speak? So what number is that?
163. B, in second page.
Thank you. 163B, Lawrence High Civics Education, Creation and Ordinance. This is, I think, dealing with the public schools? Lawrence High School?
It's Lawrence High School.
Sure, go right ahead.
Here
Yep.
for the one-way street.
Yes.
So we have a presentation.
Okay.
Kids will do the presenting.
Sure.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh my God. Looks nice.
Whenever you're ready.
As soon as it comes up, and then girls. Perfect. Slideshow. All right. Balls in your court.
This is our civics projects, and our names are
Gabriela Castillo,
Chantal Maldonado.
Estrella Rosado.
Alright, so today we propose to you, Today we propose to you to have Crawford Street to become a one-way street from the hours of 7 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m., allowing only a right turn onto North Parish Road. This will improve drop-off and pickup processes, which would increase safety for everyone in the route from school and to work to cause less incidents. For example, as you can see right there, we have a car, that every car is going straight, and this car has an opportunity to hit anybody that's coming out of here. For example, we have the pedestrians onto your left that are passing by, which could cause an incident with this car that's coming in, cutting traffic. Cars are traveling on the wrong side of the road, which often occurs very highly if you really think about it, because there's over 3,000 kids in the Lawrence High, so everybody's just trying to get to work and drop off their kids. Students are often let out of their cars into traffic, which leads to traffic to being jammed up and more highly risked to get hit by a car and get more incidents. As you can see right here, we have a pedestrian coming out into incoming traffic onto the side where cars are coming and dropping off their kids, which puts their life in risk.
So our plan to make this a safer street is to, as we can see, the black lines are where the traffic would be going. The red lines would be where the buses and parking would be, and the blue lines would be the drop-off area. So as the car comes from Crawford Street, they would be going down Crawford, and they would only have a right turn. They will only have to take a right turn into North Parish, because this road will be blocked off, so no cars can go into Crawford, and the student drop-off section would keep going straight into Lawrence High School, and the buses would go on the other side of the street. So as we can see, the white car is coming straight, but the gray car has turned into Crawford. So this would not be done if we block the street off. And we put a right turn only sign, would be when the cars come down from Crawford, they will only turn right. So North Parish Road would be cut into two different lanes. The lane on the right would be drop-off and pickup lane, and the lane on the left would be buses and parking for staffs. And at the end of the road, we can see that buses, when they are done dropping kids off, they can turn a right, and the officer would make incoming traffic from the right lane. They will make a stop, let the buses go through, and then they can proceed.
There are multiple ways to travel and drop off. Okay. So you could go through Oscar Street, then a right onto North Parish to the drop-off. Pickup area, take a right at the end of the school, and onto Chickering Street. Another way is Oscar Street onto Exeter Street. Take a right onto Exeter Street, then a right turn onto Crawford. Student can be dropped off on this street, then a traffic exit with a right turn onto North Parish. There's plenty of room to drop off or pick up on Crawford Street. Also, there will only be a right turn only. Okay. Another option is, instead of having cones in the middle of the street, we could also draw a yellow line to separate the lanes. And this will be the signs.
So with that, what the students have proposed, the students went out into the community and they got some data for you. So 77 responses, and you can see that we went into just the neighbors on Crawford Street. So there were 15 neighbors that they, there are 15 neighbors that they visited today. The rest come from within the building. And as you can see, you have over 75% that agree with making Crawford a one-way street during this time. I'm not going to tell them, you're going to tell them. I'm going to show it right now.
It's because the data says no for the red.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. It's over, you explain. Go ahead, because you spoke with the people.
All right, sorry about that. So the little, let's not mind that. Let's skip over that. But the little confusion, it's red only because there was only like a little like error with it. So the 76.9% is yes. The 23.1 is no.
Meaning yes?
That
Meaning yes, they want it to be a one-way. Okay,
Oh.
that's the way the question was worded.
yeah.
Overwhelmingly, people want it to be a one-way.
And then right here, we have 61.5% that said they have witnessed accidents that have happened on Crawford Street and North Parish Road, and 38.5% have not witnessed it. This is over 50%, which is very, very like common, but it's like in high risk for students. And we all want to make sure our kids go to school safe and sound. We don't want to ever hear that there was an accident that happened. And people that have witnessed any accidents that have happened near Lawrence High is 59%, which still is over 50%, which is still a lot. And 41% did say no. And we have 46.2 people that are willing to come here on City Hall, May 7th, to support this, and then 53.8 said no, but some did say that they were going to do Zoom, so, yeah.
Can you tell them some of the personal conversations you had with
Oh,
people today?
so some personal conversations that we had with one, a lady did say that she was taking her son to school, and he did go to the middle school, I think it was, and she had someone gave her the right of way, and another lady took that right of way and almost hit her. So obviously that started an altercation, which is, it's the morning, no one wants an altercation. We're all barely up at that time. But it's just like parents want to take their kids out to school, but they can't, because think about that. Like, you're almost getting hit when you have your child in the car. It's like, as a parent, you don't want that. So then,
What about the girl that goes to get her
arthritis and she could barely get out. We also had a lady that's on this dialysis that she could barely even get out due to the traffic where the van, I think it was, the van will pick her up and they will barely have any space, or like it will be difficult for her to manage to get into the car because how much traffic and how everything goes. Alrighty. If there's any questions?
So, thank you. By the way, I don't know about my colleagues here, but I don't know where this is going to go, but I am impressed with the work that you've put in, thanks to your teacher and your leadership to go ahead. You've pulled, so two things. You've pulled a lot of the right buttons, okay? And you were able to put a presentation together, and you're trying to make a compelling argument, and I think that's, whether or not this goes, doesn't go, it doesn't make it, frankly, I mean, I know it makes a difference because you want to see it succeed, but ultimately, the process you went through is more important, I think, than the actual end result. So good job on getting that process, and now you know what it takes to get through this. So my question for you is on your poll, because that really got my attention, right? These are people that I represent, and you're giving me some numbers. So now I'm perked up through the whole thing, but I'm really perked up when you're talking about the people that I represent. So you said how many people on Crawford Street? What was the universe, the number of people that you contacted? Was it? Did I see 15? Is that the number?
15.
It was so you had 15, and so just so we're clear, the numbers that you extrapolated or derived were based on those 15 people. So when you said 53% of the people agreed on something, so it's going to be like, if it's 15 people, you're talking about like 8. 8 folks think that we should, or if 60% thought they saw an accident, we're looking at 9. So just so I'm getting the context correct, if I'm wrong, go right ahead.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
excuse me. It wasn't just only on Crawford Street, we also asked around the school, like the SROs and the staff and stuff like that.
No, listen, and so you broke it down to subsets. You talked about residents, you talked about like people in the building, which I'm guessing Lawrence High, people in that building, SROs and other food, but you broke them down in different groups, right? Oh, there we go.
What I want to say is, girls, how many people said no today, that they did not want to change that?
There was, for residents that did live on Crawford Street, there was only one lady, and that was the dialysis lady, because she didn't really let us explain, but, you know,
Well,
it's okay, you know.
that's the way it is, right? So,
But there was lots of people that did live there they were saying how they lived there for 33 years, and how, like, it's so difficult with all the traffic and everything, and they did agree to, you know, yeah, sorry.
So let me ask you a question, and this is hard because I'm kind of grilling you a little bit, but I'm trying to do it in a nice way so you don't feel too intimidated by this. The people that you talked to, were they the principal, they're not owners, of course, but were they the principal residents? Were they other students who lived there? Were they the parents? Who were the people that you talked to? Were you looking for specific individuals or classmates of yours? Who were the folks that you talked to that made up the 15? Go ahead.
We spoke to just individuals that live there in general, because they are residents that do live there, and it would be on their street that we are making that one way. So we decided to have them as our first targets to hit down, because it is their street, and we do want their opinions so that we can have them on our side and try to convince them in order to have this happen.
I'm going to stop right there before I get the hairy eyeball from my colleagues. So, is anybody else wishes to comment on this before I go? You want to go first? Councilor Del Rosario, you go first.
Thank you, Chair. I told you this was the greatest scenario to bring this, because you have the main man from that area right here. But I also have a question, and I don't want to, when it comes to you guys and the work you put in, if you guys see me work, I want to move this quick, and I want you guys to get the way you want to go, but I also have some concerns, even though I don't live in that area. How about the next morning, we approve this, let's think it's approved, tomorrow it's going to be in effect, but the people that live on the right-hand side, the park's right outside, and this law is in effect, and they need to go to work, what's gonna happen with those people?
It's like Crawford Street, I guess.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite side, yeah, that's true, yeah, yes. But I mean, I love the proposal, yeah, I'm lefty, that's what it is, so I'm on the other side. Yeah, they're going right, but the buses are gonna come in,
North Parish Road. and
North
make a
Parish
left.
Road, let me show you.
so I'm confused.
Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, there we go, you see, there we go, she got me.
All right, so one of the ways they could come from.
It's also, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I'm also thinking as a school bus driver, I am.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got it. I got this. I got
She's
this.
got you.
Well, I still hold my license for it, yeah. You got me, let's go.
So the buses could go from Osgood Street. They have multiple different ways. But right now, they could go from Osgood Street to North Parish Road and then they could turn right, to Chickering Street and then go down from there. Because they are also gonna have their own lanes for the drop-offs.
That's the buses or parents dropping off?
So go like this.
That's both, right?
So here it is. So this is the one, which lane is the bus?
The buses are gonna be onto your left, opposite side of the cars, and they have many different ways of getting out. They could go straight down, and they could turn onto Chickering Street and then head out from there.
I think it's already one way.
So, yeah, so we're gonna allow the buses to go, because that's what I'm confused, because it's,
It's in left side.
You guys explain this.
oh, that's what it, no, but the entrance to the wrong side is to the right, right?
There's two entrances.
So, I'm confused. So are we gonna allow the buses to drive the way that we don't want regular cars to drive to drop off the kids?
Both go.
No. They're gonna be, they're gonna be driving into North Parish Road.
Hold on, let me show you the slide.
You know what? Yeah, you go.
I got that. Need my finger. Let's exit
You're
this
doing
and let's
great.
go to the slide that actually does it, that shows it. Okay, so here's the slide that explains it. So the ladies sometimes talk very quickly. So what's in red is the staff or anyone who's parking in the back of the school. So remember, this is the lane between the PAC and the main building. This is not really a street per se. This is just the alleyway between the two buildings. The yellow is the way the buses will turn. So the buses are using this lane, right? Right here. They are using this lane. They're coming down on their own. But there's an SRO at the end here who's telling the traffic, wait, and then the bus has that nice swing now where they don't. Now they have this big swing to turn and park. And then the last part is all of the drop-off is done on this side of the cones.
They're not gonna make a
Yeah,
left.
you can actually see a car at the back. See this car right here? See it right at the back? That's where they're swing, so that would be like a car would come down here and they'd turn.
So if the bus is coming through Phillips Street, right?
Coming through what?
Phillips Street, Phillips, it's Phillips and Osgood, right? Let's say they go, Crawford, it's Crawford, Phillip, right?
Phillips, Osgood, Crawford.
Yeah,
Where's Phillips?
Right here, miss.
it's right here, right at the end.
Phillips, Osgood, Crawford.
Oh, okay, so you're talking way out by, like,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
They say they take that route.
The one-way doesn't affect the buses. So the buses will still,
That's what I'm,
Yeah, I know.
So it's buses only, but also in the presentation, it says buses and cars are gonna drop off, right? But if I tell you that I'm gonna drop off a kid, and I'm not gonna drop anybody off, and then sort of a sense, the buses are not gonna, it's only buses. It should be. I mean, again, I drive a school bus, I understand the whole plan in diagram, but the traffic is working both ways, but only one way will be for the cars, and the buses will be allowed to come in. Again, and we try to work something like that in the school that we have near my district, that it's going to be only school buses going through here from this time to that time. Is that what we're planning to do?
No, that's what they're doing.
See, the issue that we're running into right now, yeah. So the issue that we're running into right now is the right side is currently used by buses and people dropping off. And so buses are right now, they're stopping right where, say, that white car is, and it's causing a lot of traffic. If we keep them on the left-hand side and have them where they're supposed to be dropping the kids off, which is in the back of the school, then it would alleviate that traffic.
But it's also, it's going to create the same type of traffic if you allow regular cars and buses to drop off. So I just want you to think of that. You're going to have the same regular traffic to drop kids off, and also you're going to have this traffic, it's going to turn right into from Crawford to...
Left to Crawford.
They're going to turn left on Crawford to
Yes.
North Parish?
Yeah, so if you
No.
So if you see,
No.
so there's two options here. So for the drop off, not buses, just drop off. So the first option is very similar to the bus route, right? Going through the high school, right? The second option is continuing through Osgood, going around, using that one way, and then only taking that right. So the drop-off is right here for students, which is right on the side of Lawrence High, and the road, there's no parking on that side.
But you're going to still have people and buses driving this way to drop.
Correct. Can I just show you pictures for a
And then you
moment?
have vehicles going this way too, so it's going to be the
No,
same.
but that's what exists today. And what I'm trying to show you is how do we get rid of this problem, right? Which is this. This is our problem. Our problem is this. There's cars on the other side, so you're saying you have cars that are two ways. Well, you can't go two ways because look at that car right there, right? So I'm actually in this car. Then this car right here that's pulling out was in front of me, in back of this car. But he didn't want to wait any longer for that car, so he pulled out into the traffic, oncoming traffic that's coming at them, to take the left onto Crawford. If we eliminate the left on Crawford, make Crawford only a one-way coming down, we have alleviated that possibility of an accident. You see the kids, they're being it's circled right there. That is just one day's work. If we do this, we will keep the flow moving. Therefore, when you look at the two options we have, right? I'm going to go back to this. Two options. Coming down Osgood, just like the buses do. And sometimes the buses actually go all the way up to the next stop, which you said was, I forget that street.
Sorry to interrupt you, I got it now. So basically the main thing to alleviate the problem is convert Crawford into just a right turn.
As
The traffic on
one-way.
North Parish basically will be the same until you get to Crawford.
Correct.
Now
We want to have a limited disruption, right, to the neighborhood, to, we don't want to disrupt what's going on. And it's only for an hour and a half in the morning, an hour and a half in the afternoon. And that's it, nothing on Saturdays and Sundays.
Can you make a left from North Parish to
No.
Crawford?
No.
But you can make a right from Crawford to North Parish.
Correct.
That's why there's gonna be cones blocking the right lane.
No, you're right. Yep. We go back to the pictures. There, like that, okay?
Oh, that's
So
gonna
they
be-
can't do that, which
It's gonna be
then,
traffic nightmares
that
that
solves that problem of people, relying to turn on because people are pulling out. I mean, you can see it right
What
there.
happened to the full council? Did we send this to the full council? We left it here. Okay, so here's the situation. We don't have anything from Officer Cano. So on our last meeting, we sent a police, because all these different things, we'd like to get the police department's recommendation. And so I don't think we've received, has anybody else?
We not sent the other one yet.
We haven't gotten it. We haven't gotten it, right? So we need that to go forward before we would order a public hearing, because we need to get meets and bounds, not the meets and bounds, we need to get this stuff. So I understand the council president's coaching you on what to say here, potentially, but,
We did make a phone call,
okay.
to the police station.
You need to speak here. You need to speak here so we can all hear you. It's okay.
We did reach out to the police department and to the civil engineer. We are still waiting for their responses.
Okay. So what we typically do as a committee is that we need to see that before we could send something up to the full council, just because that's the way we do things, especially on something like this. And trust me when I say I appreciate the fact that you went out and talked to the people that I represent to get their views on it. That's very meaningful to someone like me who represents those people, so thank you. But we also need to make sure that what we're doing here makes sense from the public's safety perspective, which is part of your argument. But we need to make sure the police department we get their advice. We can ignore their advice, we can reject, we can approve, but we need to get their opinion as to what this means. And we haven't gotten that yet. So, and I understand the time constraints. I understand you're up against the wall on school. I get all that. But when we're doing something as important as this that could be impacting a neighborhood, we need to do it right, and we can't rush it.
And they're juniors.
Oh, they're juniors. Okay, and I feel a little bit better. Okay.
So, just through you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Well, I mean, what we're doing is an exercise of civic engagement and student engagement with the public. I think that if we continue the exercise, we'll make sure that the bureaucratic process are walked through. They are seeing what we're doing, they're seeing how the city council works, and I will make a suggestion, if possible. What I think that, this process is about finding common ground and finding a solution to the issue. What I will say is that if the body decide to send it up to the full council with no recommendation, pending the documentation of the police department, if we get that by 2 weeks from today, which is our next meeting, and then we have what we need. If it is convenience, then at that point, the city council will move forward to order a public hearing and be able to make this happening if possible. If it's not, if we don't get the report by that time, I'll commit myself as a president to send it back to the ordinance committee to continue the process here if we don't get the report for the next 2 weeks. I think that that's a compromise that we're showing the commitment to the students, and I think that if we get the report, and then we will have the information we need. If it's satisfied, and then we proceed with ordering the public hearing. If it's not, we make a determination on the full council. That's an option.
I appreciate that. Did you want to comment? You want to make a motion? All right, go ahead. I was going to say something, but go ahead.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to send no recommendation before council, pending the city engineer documentation and also from police department.
Second.
So there's a motion to send this up to the full council without a recommendation. And keep in mind, we have to order a public hearing on this, but we need to wait pending, before we can go ahead with a public hearing or vote on the public hearing, we would need to get this. Did we send it to the city engineer? Okay, I know we sent it to the police department and the city engineer for their review. Motion's been made and is properly second. Discussion? The only concern I would have with that is that we are doing a lot of things because we love our youth. We don't want to disappoint you. We want to make sure that you walk away from this experience positively. We want that to happen, right? We don't want you to say, I knew government doesn't work, They don't listen to us, and is another example of why we're not, why do I even bother? We don't want you to do that. We want you to walk away with this feeling, like, oh my God, I feel empowered, I feel like I can do something, and making a difference. So that's what we want. My concern is on the bigger picture, and that is this, that if we decide this is the way we're going to conduct business going forward, if everything we go going forward is going to be sending stuff up pending this and pending that, as far as the police department is concerned, that will have implications. That's going to have repercussions that I haven't fully thought through, but I don't think that's where we want to go. If we do a lot of these, but now we're opening up this door, it should be a little bit of a concern, and not the end of the world by any stretch. So anyway, those are the competing factors. Motion's been made, it's been properly seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
So I do hear what you're saying about your concern, and you have actually educated Mr. Acosta and I in this process as well. And so we will be more prepared next year and the following year when we do bring our civics units to you. So we will definitely make sure that a police department was contacted prior to ever coming up to you.
And that's great, and I would just remind you again, one of the things, this is kind of a turfy thing, but those of us who are district counselors, there's 3 of us in this board right here, if something like this, these things are big to us because they impact the people that we represent. So if it happened in District A, if it happened in District C, they would want to know about this before it got here, and they would want to be involved at least a little bit in that discussion, so they can help guide. And I think by our very natures, we want to be helpful, right? We want to partner. We want to make sure that you walk away from this feeling good. So I'm sorry to bring you all in on this, but, and no offense, I know you're at large, but that's kind of the way we, she's a whole city. But that's the way that the district counselors feel. So anyway, I think, am I right? I don't want to overstep. There we go, okay. So there you go. So by the way, it's May 7th, and we'll see how happens at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good presentation. Get some sleep, go to bed.
Have a good night, you gotta go to school tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, oh, Counselor Levy, are you here for a reason? Let's take you up. Go, what is up? I didn't know you had some stuff up. What are we? We have more? Oh, those 3?
Yeah, page 2.
Counselor Levy, what brings you to our?
Good evening,
Welcome back.
Counselor. I'm very tired.
Welcome back, we miss you, go ahead.
So I'm here because I have a couple of items, that I want to bring out tonight.
Yes.
I hope that I will not take it so long to do it. So my first item, okay.
Which is what? What number?
Okay. My first item is going to be the 11819. It's on the last page. So, okay. So this item was requested on 2019. That was sent to the old city attorney just to write the ordinance for this. So this is in regard of anyone that owns, a land in the city should fence that, and at least 6-inch tall, because that way the trash that they put it right sometime in there is not being seen. But also, once we have the wind, doesn't fly to the street. So many things, it's going to be it's going to help and keep our city more clean. That's why, there are places that you can pass by, that you walk when you walk through the street, and you see those empty lots filled of trash, filled of garbage, and so many other things. So I think that if we made the owners, if they have a land, they should take care of that, but at the same time, they should fence that.
Okay. And so remind us, Counselor Levy, so did we ever get an opinion back from the city attorney on that?
I asked, I think that was Attorney Rano, and she always said that she agreed and that was okay, but she never, I don't know if she already put it in writing because I haven't never received anything in writing. But it was discussed, for a very long time here at the Ordinance Committee.
So we have, I think I was the only one on the council back then out of this group. So we would need to, were you on council in 19? You were here?
Yes.
Okay. I think we would need to resubmit that.
Yes,
to
I
the
know,
city
that is
attorney.
what I know that we have, this is what I'm here because I would like to send it to the city attorney.
Okay.
Just to look at the way on how we can do an ordinance, that for people that have a lands, an open land that's just to take care of those land and make sure that the trash, the garbage and everything doesn't go fly or doesn't go to the street or the people who pass by don't see it and keep throwing more trash.
Thank you for coming, Councilor Levy. I'm looking for a motion that we send document 11819 to the city attorney for his review as a potential draft ordinance. And I invite you, Councilor, to work with the city attorney on this. Is there a
I
motion?
will.
So move.
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. What was that? Did I misspeak? The vice chair. Did I say something? What did I say? Somebody else?
Any question?
No questions. Motion passes. What's your next one?
Okay, the second item that I have is, this item was also discussed about maybe 2 meetings ago, that when we brought it to the table at the full council, that was the requesting of the voting ID.
What number?
Item 444-23.
Okay. 444-23, requesting a voting ID. Okay, Councilor.
Well, everybody was agree, but because we do not have like the final language from the city attorney, that's why it was in the back. I spoke with the city attorney this week, and he said that he already sent all of the information to the city clerk.
Oh.
But I don't see it. I spoke with the city clerk, and she said that she's going to look at it because she doesn't know. But I would like you guys to send it this, okay? So election is coming soon. I know that this is also a home run petition that we don't have nothing practically to do. Oh, yes, we have too much to do because if we approve it, we're going to send it back for approval by the mayor and send it to our delegation in Boston.
Sure. Okay, so you're requesting us to
send it to
close
the
that
full
loop to the city attorney and the city clerk?
Yes.
And get a copy over
And get
of the
everything
opinion?
ready for the next meeting.
So draft it. Now, good news,
Well,
Councilor
he
Levy,
said
we
that it's
don't
not draft.
need a public
He said
hearing.
he didn't have to do practically any,
need one.
it's not draft. So he said that he doesn't have to do practically any change to the one that I submitted to him.
Okay, well, that sounds super easy then. Okay, so we will need that. So I'm looking for a motion to send correspondence to both the city attorney and the city clerk between those two offices to get to this committee, an opinion by the city attorney, so we can vote on it at our next ordinance committee meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the vice chair. Discussion? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Well, I hope that we should get it by the next ordinance committee.
Let's hope so.
And with me or without me, that you can vote and send it to the full council.
Okay.
Okay? So at the last, but not the least sometimes,
Oh, I'm sorry.
On these 2 items that was just discussed,
Yes.
that you table them?
Yes, I think it's pretty much, it's understood, but yes, both of them will remain on our agenda until we receive the documents. Correct, table.
So I have a question. Okay, so I know that you already voted, but why don't send it to the full council and get the information right over there and decide what we are going to do?
Well, because we're opening up the Pandora's box. about
Because we
sending-
already read the information, we already got everything, so it's nothing to be discussed, it's nothing to be changed, so everything it should be like the last okay,
This
things
next one.
was supposed to be in there. All of the information is supposed to be in the packet that you have. Because he said nothing has to be changed.
So we would still need to get that from the city attorney so that everybody knows that we received it, that we have it, and then we can move on it. I don't think this committee is going to hold it back. I don't think so. So I think we'll try to move it expeditiously. I know that I do. I
Well,
support.
as you remember at the last meeting that we went in your neighborhood, most of the people were asking
Sure.
for
I
this,
support it,
and
so,
they
right.
say that, you know, if I need to get any signature or whatever, because they are ready to get the ID.
Sure. No, I get that, but I do think we need to honor our process, of which you were part of this, and that's the way we typically do it. So I think we should be getting that information, and I think that we will, I can't speak for everybody, but I will try to move it as fast as we can as soon as we get it. And then councils can vote however they want to vote. But there we go. What's your last one, Councilor Levy? 210?
So I asked on the last, what is?
Page 4.
21023, page 4, top.
Yes. Yes, the last item is the 1023, is the resolution in support of the Lawrence Public School financial audit by state audit. So this item was brought last year, and we were waiting for, well, nothing has to be done. It's just only for us to decide if we want it or not. So, because that is what we discussed at the last meeting. So I got in here Jonathan, who is part of this proposal. Jonathan,
How you doing?
please.
Oh, public schools, sorry. I was thinking El Gato, sorry. Yep. So you want a resolution in support, do we have it in here? Public schools financial audit by the state auditor?
Yes.
Is it in our book? I don't think we were expecting that, so we don't have this, right?
No, I tried to find out, but I don't see it.
I don't think it's in here, okay. We don't, obviously, we didn't expect this to be up this evening, so we don't have a copy of this within our stuff, but you do have the floor, so obviously we will listen.
Also, regarding this item, I spoke with the city clerk, and I asked, to send it.
City clerk?
It was about
Clerk?
a couple,
Okay.
maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago that I asked her, just to put it on the agenda to be discussed and to be sent to the full council to make a decision on this regard. It's the same regard like that we have with the LCAC, with the RA and everything, so it's to move things from the ordinance committee and to get out and make a decision in all those items that you got in front of you right now.
Sure, so my understanding is that, and I guess there's different interpretations of this, but my understanding is that I'm going to use the word audit, and I don't think that's accurate completely, but it's the same idea, that annually, the Lawrence Public Schools are required to submit a report, I think, to the Department of Education, I think. I wasn't expecting this is off memory, that has financial, that must provide certain financial information, and that information is reviewed. Now, I don't think it's called an audit.
No,
because
it's not.
audit
It's
is what-
practically a report. It's the same way, just to report to the company who does the audit. They do the report, they send the information, what is being in, out, and all the kind of stuff, but they don't get into all of the detail that should have a audit.
Have you talked to Mark Ianello about this? Because he kind of is in charge of the audits for the city, and I talked to him, it's been months and months and months since I talked to him about this.
Did you do that? Yes, okay.
So when this was before, this is, I think, Selena was, Councilor Ray is the only one that was on the ordinance committee, right? Right, am I
And
correct?
Councilor
I
Levy.
think it's- And Levy. So this came in when the whole fiasco started happening about money missing, right? The school committee spoke with the state auditor, it's third opportunity and when you can come in and do an audit. We put in the word financial, but the auditor can do more than that, right? It's not only financial. It can be the hiring process. Do you have all the policies that you're supposed to have based on statute? Like, there's so many ways. We provided you language. I actually send that language to all of you right now on email as a guidance, right? It doesn't have to be that. The school committee is provided an okay to do an audit and does truly support a financial audit, particularly because during that time, it was a concern about missing dollars, taxpayer missing dollars. And still today, we don't have really a conclusion of that, rather than the money was found. There was really no explanation behind that, or the money was returned. So when the auditor office reached out to us, they said, in order for you to do this, the school committee, the school district committee members have to say yes, the majority. The city council has to say yes, and the mayor has to approve the city council. And then from there, it provides the auditor to start a conversation to see how would that look like, right? Again, a resolution is an opinion of what we potentially want, but it's a conversation between the three bodies because of the different pieces within what we want. There's a lot of, I hear again and again questions within this body, through our body, that we're constantly requesting stuff. Most of the stuff that I get when I request it, I have to do a public record rather than just getting it by ask. And where it should be public or information that should be provided upon somebody requesting it. And there's also the concerns of, teacher retention and teacher turnover, right? And how teachers are being targeted. So there's like an audit on practices. It's the same process that they're using across. And the auditor team has said that when this is determined, when the CAFO came, because that was here at that time, the CAFO mentioned the city does an audit. There's a third-party company that comes in and does a financial audit, right? He also said, right, and this is public, right, that it's a randomized audit, that is not specific, that is not looking, right? It's randomized because it will be impossible for somebody to audit every single line, right? At the same time, he spoke about that particular financial document of usage of revenue to the Department of Education because of Chapter 70 money. Every district has to provide what you spend that money on, particularly if you're using ESSER funding as well. So this is an opinion on saying we would like an audit. Please bring us the audit back. There's no judicial process on this. It's just getting an audit and having a...
Who's conducting the audit? Is it the state auditor conducting the audit?
The
or
state
is it-
auditor.
You're going to ask the state auditor to audit our books?
Correct. Our Lawrence Public Schools. Lawrence Public Schools books all across. And frankly, I don't see nothing bad about that. If there's nothing to hide, why be scared? And I think the city has no control over the Lawrence Public School systems. So it's in our best interest to see if Chapter 70 money, which is still taxpaying money, is being spent correctly. There was also a concern about money, federal money, being submitted back during the pandemic and not utilized correctly by our former superintendent.
Do we have, every community gets Chapter 70?
Depending on the
money?
definition. Not everybody, but yes.
Not everybody, okay, I thought everybody did, to various degrees, right? I mean, if you're the town of Wellesley, you're probably not getting much, but if you're the town of the city of Lawrence, you probably are. And there's everything in between. Anyway, it's semantics. Do other communities, because this is what we're hearing here in Lawrence is not unusual. If you go down to almost every community in Massachusetts, they're going to say their local government is corrupt, they're doing things with their money that they shouldn't be doing, and there's problems. every community's got people who are saying that about their community. I don't care if it's a Tony community with a lot of leaves and grass, or a community like ours with lots of bricks and mill buildings. It doesn't make a difference, right? That's just the way it is. So the question is, has any other communities asked the state auditor to go ahead and audit their books?
Has any other community on Lawrence, on the public school system?
Yes.
Is under receivership? There's only 3.
That's not my question. But my question is that's my question. My question is, you can spin it afterwards, but my question is who's
Sorry,
running it?
Council, Chair LaPlante, let me answer your question.
Thank you.
Your question is, there's no need no, because there's no need for the state auditor when there's a process in between governing bodies that can call for a specific audit through their system, right? The city council has a process to call for audits. Is that not correct, or do I stand incorrect?
I suspect that the law that you included, and thank you for sending this, is that talks about the state auditor can go ahead and do it as a state law. The auditor doesn't just come in if I called up and I say, I want you to audit. No, the auditor says, here's what you need. I believe this to be true, but I haven't done the research on this. You're going to need the mayor, you're going to need the city council, and you're going to need somebody else to go in and make it, like you already said. So my question is, has any other communities done this internally for their books and utilized the auditor's office for this purpose? And the answer, I guess, is no.
So the general law is Chapter 11, Section 12.
Okay.
General law is Chapter 11, Section 12, which allows you, this particular language is there that was provided to me by the auditor's office.
Fair.
Your question is, no,
Okay.
I do not know the information. If it's on the books, it could have happened.
Okay, sure.
Which is why the language potentially is there.
Okay.
I do not know. I can ask. Probably the answer will be yes, but they will not give me information because it's probably personal information for those cities and districts. But essentially what I believe was the focus here during this time, it was during a tragic space that we were trying to figure out what was going on, and nobody had the power to figure that out. Nobody had that power, right? That's why the language is financial, right? But again, it's a recommendation. At the same time, it's an approval with a recommendation. At the same time, this body can shape that particular language based on whatever you want. And then again, if the mayor says no, then it's no, right? These type of resolutions and stuff, the mayor gets everything that is on the school committee agenda, and his staff, now if they review it or they provide comments, to this day, we have not received anything.
So let me cut this straight, because I don't even know what time it is. Are we getting close to 10 here?
I think it's over 10.
It's not, but we're getting pretty close. So let's cut to the chase, I think, and just get to the members can have a vote on something. Here's how I see the options are on this. A, we keep this tabled. B, the other side of it, we send this up to the full council with whatever recommendation, favorable, non-favorable, just committee report, A, B. And then C, did I already say leave it here and have it tabled? So I think those are our options. We can either send it up or we can get more information. We just got this tonight. Thank you for sending this. I haven't had a chance to quickly read it. But other members here may want to digest it a little bit more. We have new members on this committee, of which I'm one, that had not had a chance to deal with this, except for the vice chair, who's been around for a while now. So that's the options, counselors. I'm not going to put my finger on it. It's beyond that.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
make a motion to send to the full council meeting in favor of recommendation.
Motion made to send this to the full council with a favorable recommendation. This is to support this resolution. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Discussion? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Roll call. Council Vice Chair Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario. And the chair votes no. The motion passes. It's going to the full council as a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that it, Councilor Levy?
That's it for tonight. Thank you so much for your attention.
And thank you for coming. Other councilors who said they wanted stuff over here should be talking about their things too, because we.
I want to help you
That's
clean
it.
the agenda.
We did.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Good night, thank you. Documents, go through this as quickly as possible. 20924, stop sign at Lauren and Lowell Street. Create four-way stop, that's going to go to the police department for study. And engineering or just police? I always get confused. Just police?
Yes.
Just police. Motion been made. Is there a motion?
Second?
Motion made by Councilor Santiago, seconded by Councilor the Chair Reyes. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, the ayes have it. 21024, handicap parking, 343 South Broadway. Motion, I'm looking for a motion to send this to the police department for their review.
So,
Motion made by Councilor Santiago, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion? See none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, the ayes have it. 21124, stop sign, Newberry Street, corner of Elm Street, put on by our Vice Chair. That should go to the police department. Is there a motion, Counselor? Motion.
second.
Motion made by the Vice Chair to send to the police department, seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? See none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, the ayes have it. 21224, disclosure of a conflict by a city employee.
So moved.
You want, there's,
Second.
just to approve, and send this up to the full council as a, I don't know, as a committee report? Does it make a difference? Approval, make it simple. Motion made by the Vice Chair, seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. What is it exactly?
You looking to check?
Yeah, hold on. Okay. Next document is document number 21324, application for hawkers and peddlers license. Kyle Kennedy. He was on television a second ago. On Zoom, I mean. He's no longer with us. I didn't know who that name was. Now I do. Looking for a motion to table that and invite him to the next meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Council Del Rosario, seconded by Council Santiago. Discussion? See none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. 21524, 15-minute parking at 271 Lawrence Street, put on by Council Del Rosario. Send this to the police. Is there a motion? Motion made by Council Del Rosario, seconded by Councilor Del Santiago. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 21724, I don't think anybody came here for that. Anybody come here for that? That's a problem. Typically, we don't, if you can't make it to our meeting.
June 29.
They do have some time,
Yep.
so I'm looking for a motion to table and invite them to the next meeting. 21724, Family Days, or motion? Motion made by Councilor Santiago, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion? See none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Councilors, is there anything else? Seeing none, I'll look for a
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion made by Council Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.